October in Washington state usually means endless gray skies and drizzle that soaks through your bones. That's why when Joe called me that Tuesday morning in 2018 practically shouting about the weather forecast, I knew we had to seize the opportunity. 3 consecutive days without rain in the Cascades during autumn, it was like finding $100 bill in your old jacket pocket. Joe had been my closest friend since high school. The man had a gift for making people laugh until their ribs ached, though he'd never believe it himself. I kept telling him he should take his humor beyond our small circle, maybe try an open mic night, but he'd always wave me off, claiming he only felt comfortable being himself around close friends. That humility made his company even more precious during our camping trips. We'd been planning this excursion for months, waiting for the right conditions. The Cascade Range offered some of the most pristine wilderness in the Pacific Northwest, with dense forests of Douglas fir and western hemlock that stretched for miles. We'd chosen a spot about 3 hours east of Seattle, far enough from civilization to feel truly isolated, but close enough to reach before dark. Friday afternoon came quickly. Joe pulled up to my apartment in his beat-up Subaru Outback, the back already loaded with gear. We'd done this enough times to have our system down. He brought the cooking equipment and food. I handled the shelter and navigation. Within minutes, we were heading east on Interstate 90, windows down despite the cool air, classic rock blaring from his speakers. The drive took us through changing landscapes from suburban sprawl to farmland, then gradually into the foothills where evergreens began dominating the horizon. We turned off onto progressively smaller roads until finally we were bouncing along a dirt track that hadn't seen maintenance in years. The late afternoon sun filtered through the canopy, creating patterns of light and shadow that danced across the windshield. Our chosen campsite sat in a small clearing about a quarter-mile from where we parked. We'd discovered it 2 years earlier during a day hike, marking it mentally for future overnight trips. The spot was perfect, level ground for our tents, a ring of stones from previous campers' fires, and a cluster of fallen logs arranged like natural benches. Best of all, a small creek gurgled nearby, providing both ambient sound and fresh water we could filter. Setting up camp became a practiced routine. Joe started gathering kindling while I pitched both tents, making sure to angle them away from the prevailing wind. The forest around us seemed to welcome our presence. Birds continued their evening songs, and a pair of chipmunks watched us curiously from a nearby stump. By the time darkness began creeping through the trees, we had a healthy fire crackling and hot dogs sizzling on improvised skewers. "Remember that time we tried to cook those fancy kebabs?" Joe asked, grinning as grease dripped into the flames. "And half the vegetables fell into the fire?" I laughed. We ate nothing but burnt bell peppers and raw onions that night. These were the moments that made camping with Joe special. No pretense, no need to fill every silence, just 2 friends enjoying the simplicity of fire, food, and forest. Saturday arrived with morning mist hanging low between the trees. We spent the day exploring familiar trails, Joe pointing out different types of mushrooms, though neither of us trusted our identification skills enough to eat any, while I practiced my amateur photography. He had this way of turning even mundane observations into comedy gold. When we spotted a banana slug slowly crossing the trail, he launched into a 5-minute improvised nature documentary that had me gasping for breath between laughs. The weather held perfectly, cool enough to hike comfortably, but warm enough to sit by the fire in just a flannel shirt. We discovered a new viewpoint that afternoon, scrambling up a rocky outcrop to find ourselves overlooking a valley we'd never seen before. Miles of unbroken forest stretched toward distant peaks still capped with early snow. That evening we broke out the good beer we'd been saving, some local IPA that cost too much but tasted like hop heaven. Joe told stories from his job at the auto shop, doing impressions of difficult customers that were so accurate I felt like I'd met these people myself. The stars emerged one by one until the sky resembled a cosmic shotgun blast of light against perfect darkness. Sunday felt different from the start, though neither of us acknowledged it. Maybe it was knowing we'd have to leave soon, or perhaps some primitive instinct detected something we couldn't consciously identify. The forest seemed quieter, the bird calls less frequent. Even Joe's jokes took on a slightly forced quality, as if he too sensed an indefinable change in the atmosphere. Sunday night passed without incident, though I remember waking several times to sounds I couldn't quite place, branches snapping in the distance, something large moving through the underbrush. Each time I listened intently, but the sounds never repeated or came closer, so I dismissed them as deer or elk passing through. Monday morning arrived gray and subdued. We broke camp methodically, both of us moving with the reluctant efficiency of people who didn't want their escape to end. I always hated this part, stuffing sleeping bags into impossibly small sacks, scrubbing pot bottoms with sand from the creek, making sure we left no trace of our presence. Joe seemed particularly meticulous that morning, double-checking that we'd extinguished every ember, walking the perimeter of our camp to collect any overlooked trash. The forest felt heavier somehow, pressing in from all sides. Even the creek sounded different, less cheerful babbling and more urgent whisper. We loaded the last of our gear into his Subaru just before noon. I climbed into the driver's seat. We always switched on the return trip, while Joe did one final sweep of the area. The engine turned over on the third try, coughing to life with a cloud of blue smoke that dissipated quickly in the still air. "Hold up," Joe said suddenly, just as I was about to shift into reverse. "I need to use the bathroom." I looked at him with mild annoyance. We'd literally just finished a 3-day camping trip with nothing but trees for toilets. Seriously, right now? He grimaced apologetically. "It's not the quick kind. Might be a few minutes." "Joe, we're in the middle of nowhere. Why didn't you go before we packed everything?" "Because I didn't need to go then," he said, already climbing out and heading to the trunk. "When nature calls, dude." I watched him dig through our packs, finally extracting the toilet paper we always kept in a sealed plastic bag. He held it up triumphantly, then headed into the trees, choosing a path that led deeper into the forest rather than the areas we'd been using all weekend. "Going for privacy," he called back. "Don't want to leave any surprises near the campsite." I settled back in the driver's seat, pulling out my book from the door compartment, a dense military history about the invasion of Crete I'd been working through for weeks. The passage about Fallschirmjäger paratroopers getting tangled in olive trees, only to be attacked by Greek civilians with farming tools, was particularly gripping. I became so absorbed that I lost track of time, the forest fading away as I immersed myself in events from decades past. The first indication something was wrong came as a distant shout. Not a call or a laugh, but something sharp and frightened. I looked up from my book, listening intently. Then came the crashing, branches breaking, bushes rustling violently, something or someone moving fast through the underbrush. Joe burst from the tree line at a full sprint, his face contorted in pure terror. "Start the car! Start the car!" No hesitation, no questions. The raw fear in his voice triggered an immediate response. I turned the key, gunning the engine while Joe was still 10 feet away. He yanked the passenger door open and dove inside, screaming, "Go!" I slammed the transmission into reverse, spinning the wheels in the dirt before finding traction. As we lurched backward, I caught movement in the rearview mirror. A figure emerged from exactly where Joe had exited. A man wearing dark clothes and a bandana covering the lower half of his face. Even from distance I could see what he carried, a long-handled axe that caught the filtered sunlight as he ran. The man moved with terrifying purpose, closing distance faster than seemed possible. His eyes above the bandana were fixed on our vehicle with an intensity that made my stomach drop. This wasn't someone trying to talk to us, wasn't someone with questions or concerns. This was pursuit. This was predatory. I spun the wheel hard, executing a chaotic 3-point turn that nearly sent us into a drainage ditch. The man kept coming, now close enough that I could see details. Work boots caked with mud, dark stains on his clothes that could have been anything, the way he held that axe with practiced familiarity. The dirt road that had seemed quaintly rustic on our arrival now became a nightmare of ruts and rocks. I pushed the Subaru harder than was safe, the speedometer climbing past 40 on a track meant for maybe 20. Joe gripped the door handle with white knuckles, looking back constantly. "He's still coming," he gasped. "How is he still coming?" In the mirror, I could see the man hadn't given up. He'd maintained his sprint for an impossible duration, only starting to fall back as we reached 50 miles per hour. Even then he kept running, that axe still clutched in his hands, until a turn in the road finally put trees between us. Neither of us spoke for the next 10 minutes. I focused on navigating the increasingly treacherous road while Joe stared straight ahead, his breathing gradually slowing from hyperventilation to something more normal. Only when we finally reached actual pavement did I risk pulling over. What happened? I asked, though part of me didn't want to know. Joe's hands trembled as he explained. He'd pushed through thick undergrowth, seeking privacy, when he'd stumbled into a small clearing. The man had been there, standing over a blue tarp spread carefully on the forest floor. Tools were arranged beside it, not just the axe, but other things Joe couldn't identify in his brief glimpse. The tarp itself was clean, waiting. He was preparing something, Joe said quietly. When he saw me, his whole body changed. Like a switch flipped. He didn't say anything, didn't hesitate, just grabbed that axe and came for me. We need to call the police. They won't find anything, Joe said, but he nodded anyway. He'll move everything, probably already has. We stopped at the first gas station we found, an isolated shell that felt like civilization's edge. The 911 operator listened to our story with professional detachment, taking down details about location, time, and description. They promised to send units to investigate. 2 days later, Joe received a call. The detective sounded tired, possibly skeptical. They'd found the area Joe described but discovered nothing. No tarp, no tools, no evidence anyone had been there recently. They'd interviewed other hikers and checked with local campgrounds. Nobody matching our description had been seen. Could have been a misunderstanding, the detective suggested. Sometimes people react badly to strangers in the woods. Maybe he was just trying to scare you off his property. With an axe? Joe asked incredulously. It's not illegal to carry tools in the forest, came the response. Without evidence of actual criminal intent, the call ended with hollow promises to continue investigating, to contact us with any developments. None came. Joe and I still discuss that day, usually after several beers when the edges of fear have dulled. We've constructed dozens of theories about what we interrupted, what that tarp was for, who might have ended up on it if Joe hadn't stumbled into that clearing. The most terrifying thought isn't what we saw, it's what we prevented by blind chance. Sometimes I dream about it. In these dreams, I'm always too slow with the ignition, or the car won't start, or the road is too rough to navigate quickly. The man with the axe catches up. I wake just before finding out what he intended. We still camp, though never in the Cascades anymore. We choose populated campgrounds now, places with rangers and other families nearby. Joe doesn't joke about it, which somehow makes it worse. Some experiences transcend humor, existing in that space where laughter cannot reach. The forest keeps its secrets. Whatever that man planned, whoever he was waiting for, whether he found them eventually, we'll never know. But sometimes when October rolls around and the weather is perfect for camping, I remember the weight of that axe in his hands and the purpose in his stride, and I'm grateful for Joe's questionable timing and nature's inconvenient calls. About 17 years ago now, my friend Hal and I decided to take our families out to Maquoketa Caves for a camping trip. The idea had come up one humid evening in August while we were sitting on my back porch, watching our kids chase fireflies across the lawn. Hal and I had been friends since we were 7 years old, growing up in the same neighborhood just outside Cedar Rapids. Having grown up around the Maquoketa area, we'd visited the state park countless times during our childhood, so we knew the terrain pretty well, or at least we thought we did. Maquoketa has more caves than any other place in Iowa, and a lot of them are connected via a series of small tunnels and larger passageways that wind through the limestone like veins through ancient stone. Being a kind of natural wonder, it's become a major tourist attraction for folks interested in geological formations and outdoor adventures. Depending on what time of year it is, the western side of Maquoketa can get pretty busy, with families and school groups wandering the marked trails and posing for photos at the cave entrances. The caves themselves are exactly what you'd imagine if you've never been. Cool, damp spaces that smell of wet rock and earth, with rangers guiding visitors along long wooden walkways as they explain the differences between stalagmites and stalactites in voices that echo off the walls. Some of the larger caves are closed to the public from time to time when they become structurally unsafe, when chunks of ceiling collapse or when the wooden walkways rot through. But we figured the smaller, less trafficked ones would be safe enough for the kids to explore under supervision. They could have a little fun while getting in touch with our local heritage at the same time, learning about the natural history of Iowa in a hands-on way that no classroom could provide. What we didn't know on the drive out there, with our minivans packed full of camping gear and grocery bags stuffed with hot dogs and marshmallows, was that organizing that camping trip would turn out to be one of the worst decisions we ever made. A decision that would leave scars on our families that time still hasn't fully healed. We drove up in early fall just as the leaves started to turn, with a little late summer heat still hanging in the air like a wool blanket. The September sun beat down through the windshield, and my wife kept complaining about the air conditioning not working properly. My daughter sat in the back seat with her face pressed against the window, watching the cornfields roll by, asking every 10 minutes how much longer until we got there. When we finally arrived at the park entrance, the ranger at the gate was a weathered woman in her 50s with sun-damaged skin and eyes that seemed to look right through you. She handed us a map of the campgrounds and trail system, warning us in a flat, rehearsed voice to stay on marked paths and never enter caves without proper lighting. People get lost, she said, in a way that suggested she'd seen it happen more times than she cared to remember. Every year, someone thinks they know better than the signs. We picked out a large campsite close to a cluster of smaller caves on the eastern edge of the park, away from the main tourist areas. The spot was perfect, surrounded by tall oaks and maples, with a fire pit made of blackened stones and a weathered picnic table that had probably been there since the park opened in the 60s. We had lunch from picnic baskets the wives had made that morning. Turkey sandwiches, potato salad, sliced apples, and homemade chocolate chip cookies that were still slightly warm. Afterwards, with our bellies full and the afternoon stretching out before us, we took the kids on a little walk around the immediate area to talk them through some basic outdoor safety rules. Don't leave food lying around because it attracts raccoons, and worse, stay put if you get lost and blow your whistle 3 times. We'd given each of them a bright orange emergency whistle on a lanyard. Don't drink from streams without filtering the water first. Don't touch poison ivy, which I pointed out growing up a nearby tree trunk. And most importantly, stay where we can see you or within shouting distance. The kids nodded along, half listening the way children do when adults lecture them, more interested in the chipmunk they'd spotted darting between tree roots. Then we headed back to camp to set up the tents and get the fire started for dinner. It was an awesome day, the kind of perfect family outing you see in commercials for outdoor equipment. Once the kids were tucked into their sleeping bags and had finally stopped giggling and whispering to each other, us grown-ups got to have a little time to ourselves around the campfire with a couple of wine coolers, talking about nothing important while the fire crackled and sparked. The next morning, Hal and I got to enjoy the same early morning camp vibes we hadn't shared since we were children ourselves. We woke up just as dawn was breaking through the trees, painting everything in shades of gold and amber. The air was crisp, almost cold, and our breath misted slightly as we crawled out of our tents and stretched the stiffness from our backs. The smells of wood smoke, coffee percolating over the camp stove, and bacon frying in a cast-iron skillet all rolled into one intoxicating combination. I truly believe there is no finer combination of smells on this green earth. My wife was already up, having beaten both of us out of bed, and she'd gotten the coffee going while Hal's wife started on breakfast. If you'd asked me that morning, watching the sunlight filter through the leaves and listening to birds calling to each other in the canopy above, I'd have told you we were in for another fine day of camping, the kind of day you remember fondly for years afterward. But over the next few hours it felt like our whole worlds were unraveling thread by thread. The morning passed peacefully enough. We made breakfast for everyone. Bacon, scrambled eggs, toast made over the fire that came out slightly charred but delicious anyway. The kids ate like they were starving, which is what fresh air and physical activity does to children. After breakfast, we took them on a short hike to one of the nearby caves that was open to tourists, letting a ranger guide us through while explaining how the caves formed over millions of years through water erosion and geological processes I only half understood. The cave was beautiful in its own eerie way. Massive chambers with formations that looked like frozen waterfalls, narrow passages where we had to duck our heads and turn sideways, pools of crystal clear water that reflected our flashlight beams like mirrors. But there was something unsettling about it too, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. The way sound behaved strangely in certain chambers, making whispers seem to come from directions they shouldn't. The way the darkness beyond our flashlight beams seemed somehow thicker than regular darkness, as if it had weight and substance. The cool, damp air that tasted faintly of minerals and made me think of burial vaults and sealed tombs. Our kids were a mix of boys and girls between the ages of 8 and 11, so they had no problem getting along and playing together. They'd formed a tight little pack the way kids do at that age, with my daughter Lily emerging as the unofficial leader despite being one of the younger ones at 9 years old. Hal's twin boys, both 10, provided the muscle and energy, while my son Graham, the oldest at 11, tried to maintain some semblance of adult supervision over the group even though he was just as eager to goof around as the rest of them. In the early afternoon, after we'd returned from the guided tour and eaten lunch, they asked if they could go play near one of the caves nearby, a small one we'd spotted during our walk the previous evening. It was only about 100 yards from our campsite, easily within earshot if they yelled. Hal and I exchanged glances, then told them to wait while we checked it out first. We grabbed flashlights and headed over, bushwhacking through underbrush and stepping over fallen logs. The cave entrance was smaller than the tourist ones we'd seen, maybe 6 feet high and 8 feet wide, with a mouth that looked like a ragged wound in the hillside. Someone had spray-painted "Do Not Enter" in faded orange letters on a rock near the entrance years ago, but the paint was so old and weathered it was barely visible. We ducked inside, our flashlight beams cutting through the gloom. The cave had a large mouth that opened into a chamber about the size of a living room, with a ceiling that dripped water in a steady rhythm. At the rear of the chamber, we found a narrow tunnel leading deeper into darkness, too narrow for an adult to comfortably navigate, but a child could slip through easily if they were brave enough or stupid enough. The tunnel worried me. It seemed to angle downward, disappearing into blackness that our flashlights couldn't fully penetrate. I could hear water dripping somewhere deep inside, and a faint current of air that smelled wrong somehow, not fresh, but stale and organic, like a basement that hasn't been opened in years. "They stay near the entrance only," Hal said, reading my thoughts. "Not even inside, really. Just at the mouth where we can see them from camp." I agreed, and we headed back to lay down the law. We told the kids in no uncertain terms that if they stayed near the entrance, not inside the cave, just near it, and didn't head down that tunnel or go anywhere we couldn't see them, they were fine to go play out there. We made them repeat the rules back to us. We made them promise. They promised. So off they went, armed with a few toys and a soccer ball, their voices fading as they disappeared into the trees. Not even half an hour had gone by before we heard it. A sudden and terrifying screech from one of the girls, high-pitched and raw with fear in a way that bypassed every rational thought and went straight to the primitive part of your brain that responds to distress calls. It was the kind of scream that makes your stomach drop and your legs move before your mind fully processes what's happening. We all went tearing off through the trees in the direction of the caves, branches whipping at our faces and roots trying to trip us up. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat, and my mind was racing through every possible horrible scenario. Someone had fallen and broken a bone. Someone had been bitten by a snake. Someone had ignored our warnings and gotten lost in the tunnels. We soon found the kids running back toward us through the woods, their faces streaked with tears and dirt. They were either actively crying or scared out of their minds, their eyes wide and their breathing coming in gasps. Lily's shirt was torn at the shoulder, and Graham had scraped his knee badly enough that blood was running down his shin, though he didn't seem to notice or care. They were all trying to talk at once, their words tumbling over each other in a panic jumble, but they all agreed on the same version of events once we got them calmed down enough to speak clearly. They'd been doing exactly as they were told, playing near the cave but not inside it, kicking the soccer ball around and exploring the rocks near the entrance. Graham had been showing the younger kids how to skip stones down the small creek that ran past the cave mouth. They'd been having fun, laughing and shouting the way kids do when adults aren't hovering over them. That's when they noticed a man suddenly creeping out from the cave's mouth. Lily said he didn't walk out normally, like a person would. He crept. He moved in a way that reminded her of how their cat stalked birds in the backyard, low and careful, with unnatural stillness between movements. They couldn't see him clearly at first because he was backlit by the darkness of the cave, just a silhouette against the deeper black. They knew well enough to keep away from strangers. We drilled that into them since they were toddlers, but they said the man looked so creepy, so wrong somehow, that they stopped playing immediately and got ready to run. My daughter said they all just stood there frozen for a second, watching as the guy stepped fully into the daylight. That's when they got their first good look at him. His clothes were filthy, not just dirty like someone who'd been camping. but covered in a dark substance that might have been mud or might have been something worse. His pants were torn and his shirt hung in tatters. His hair was long and matted, hanging in clumps around a face that was gaunt and pale, like he hadn't seen proper sunlight in months or years. One of the twins said his fingernails were incredibly long, curved and yellowed like animal claws, and caked with dirt underneath. But it was his eyes that scared them the most. Graham, my oldest, said the man's eyes didn't look right. They didn't look human, exactly. They were too wide, too unblinking, with an intensity that made him feel like he was looking at something that had forgotten how to be a person. The man stepped toward them with that same creeping gait, and then he smiled. That smile, they all agreed, was the worst part. It was too wide, showing too many teeth, teeth that were dark and broken. Then he spoke. His voice was rough and scratchy, like he hadn't used it in a long time. He asked if they'd like a free tour of his cave. He said his cave like he owned it, like it was his home. When they said no, backing away slowly, he started claiming he was a friend of their parents, of us, and that he'd been asked to watch them while we took a nap back at camp. The kids were between 8 and 11, so they were young still, but not altogether dumb. They'd had enough safety talks to know that adults don't ask children to go somewhere without their parents' knowledge, and that real friends of the family would know their names. Graham, trying to sound brave even though his voice shook, said they didn't believe him and they were going back to their parents right now. That's when the guy's smile dropped away, replaced by something ugly and angry. That's when he chased them. I had 100 questions to ask them. What exactly did he look like? Had they seen which direction he went? Were any of them hurt beyond the scrapes and tears? But in the moment, all Hal and I were interested in was where the guy had gone after chasing them. Our protective instincts had kicked in completely, drowning out rational thought. There was a man who had tried to lure our children into a cave, and he was somewhere nearby. The kids didn't know where he'd gone. They'd been too busy running, too terrified to look back. They thought he was still following them practically on their heels, which was why they'd been running so fast they'd crashed through bushes and tripped over roots without stopping. On instinct, without discussing it or forming any kind of plan, Hal and I went rushing toward that cave. Our wives shouted after us to wait, to call the rangers first, to not be idiots, but we weren't listening. There's something that happens when you're a parent and you perceive a threat to your children. Rationality takes a back seat to raw protective fury. Hal had always been faster than me. He'd been on the track team in high school, running the 800 meters and doing pretty well at it. He probably could have played football if he was a little bigger like I was, but he'd been a skinny kid back then. That day he went tearing through the trees way ahead of me, his legs pumping and his breath coming in controlled bursts, and he was maybe 30 feet ahead by the time he broke through the tree line and saw the cave mouth.
"I see him,"
Hal yelled, his voice cracking with adrenaline and rage. I couldn't see who he was talking about yet. I was just too far behind, my lungs burning and my legs feeling heavy. But just knowing the man was still there, just knowing that this predator was close enough to confront, made my blood boil with an anger I'd never quite felt before. I tried my best to catch up, my shoes slipping on loose rocks and pine needles. "He's in the cave," Hal shouted right as he broke from the tree line, not even slowing down. I figured he'd just guard the entrance until the cops came, that he'd trap the guy inside and we'd wait for the authorities to handle it properly. But Hal went right in after him without hesitation, disappearing into that dark mouth like he'd been swallowed. "Hal, wait," I yelled, but he didn't listen, or couldn't hear me. In a sense, he was right not to wait. It turned out the cave was a dead end, or at least the main chamber was, and the guy really was cornered in there like a rat in a trap. But at the time, watching my best friend disappear into darkness in pursuit of a clearly unstable man, I thought Hal was crazy, running off into the dark with nothing but a flashlight on his phone to light the way. I reached the cave mouth seconds later, gasping for breath and with a stitch in my side. I stayed put at the entrance, positioning myself to block the only exit in case the guy tried to bolt past me. I was bigger than Hal, heavier, and I figured I could tackle anyone who tried to run through. I could hear sounds from inside, shuffling footsteps, heavy breathing, and then Hal's voice shouting something I couldn't make out. The acoustics in the cave distorted everything, made it impossible to tell how far away the sounds were coming from. I yelled for Hal to come back, that we had that guy cornered and backup was coming, but either he didn't hear me or he was too committed to the chase to stop. About a minute went by, though it felt like an hour. A minute of standing there with my hands clenched into fists, my heart racing, listening to sounds I couldn't quite identify echoing from the darkness. I kept thinking about those narrow tunnels we'd seen at the back of the chamber, wondering if Hal had followed the man into passages where a bigger person like me couldn't follow, where he'd be alone in the dark with someone who knew these caves far better than we did. The worst scenarios kept playing in my head. The man attacking Hal in the darkness, Hal getting lost in a maze of tunnels, a cave-in trapping them both. I was just about to step forward, to overcome my fear of the dark and go in after him, when Hal appeared from the shadows. But something was wrong. Hal looked pale, not just from exertion, but pale in a way that suggested shock. His hands were shaking, and there was something in his eyes I'd never seen before, not in all the years I'd known him. Fear, yes, but also confusion and disbelief. "What happened?" I asked immediately, stepping toward him. "Did you catch him? Where is he?" Hal just said he got away, but his voice was flat, almost mechanical. Instead of stopping in front of me to explain, he just walked right past me and over toward the trees like he was on autopilot. "Did you at least get a good look at him?" I asked, following him. "Hal, talk to me. What happened in there?" I could see Hal was shaking harder now, his whole body trembling like he was cold even though the September afternoon was warm. He suddenly just stopped walking and put both hands on top of his head in the way people do when they're struggling to process something traumatic or just got the worst news of their lives. That body language and that look of shock in his eyes told half the story already. Something had happened in that cave, something that had rattled my friend who I'd seen stay calm through job losses, family emergencies, and his father's death from cancer. Hal looked at me in a way that reminded me of a much younger version of him, of the 7-year-old kid who'd fallen out of a tree and broken his arm, looking up at me with tears streaming down his face. He looked smaller somehow, diminished. Then he told me, his voice barely above a whisper, I had him in my hands, and I let him go. It was like he either didn't know how to explain it or didn't want to put it into words, as if speaking it out loud would make it more real. But after I told him to spit it out, after I grabbed his shoulders and told him I needed to know what we were dealing with, he did. Hal said he'd run to the back of the cave, his phone's flashlight beam bouncing wildly as he moved. The main chamber was bigger than we'd thought, with the ceiling disappearing into darkness above. He could hear footsteps ahead of him, not running, but shuffling and scraping, like whoever was ahead wasn't quite sure-footed in the dark. He caught a glimpse of the guy turning down that side tunnel we'd seen, the narrow one at the back. Just a flash of movement, a tattered shirt disappearing into an opening that looked too small for an adult. But the guy squeezed through, and Hal, without thinking about the risk, followed. The tunnel was tighter than it looked, forcing Hal to turn sideways and shuffle through with his arms pinned to his sides. The walls were damp and rough, scraping against his shoulders. His phone was in his hand still, but the light kept hitting the walls inches from his face instead of illuminating what was ahead. He said the worst part was not knowing if the tunnel would suddenly drop off into a pit or dead end into a wall, not knowing if he was being led into a trap. But the guy was slow, hindered by whatever condition had left him living in these caves like an animal. Within seconds, Hal had caught up, the tunnel widening slightly into another small chamber. When the guy was within arm's length, just ahead of him in the darkness, Hal reached out with one free hand to try and grab him, grabbed his shoulder, felt the fabric of his shirt beneath his fingers. But the guy spun around fast, faster than Hal expected, yanking himself out of Hal's grip with surprising strength. And that's when Hal got his first close look at the man's face in the direct beam of his phone's light. The guy's mouth opened, and he hissed. Not like a person making a sound, but like a cat, like an animal, a long, rattling hiss that echoed in the small space. Then he tried swiping at Hal with hands that were more like claws, his fingernails so long and yellowed they'd grown curved, almost like talons. They were caked with what Hal hoped was just dirt, but suspected might be worse. The guy bared his teeth as he hissed, and Hal said they were horrifying up close, so dark and rotten it was a miracle they were even still in his head. Several were just broken stumps, others were missing entirely, and the ones that remained were brown and black with decay. His breath, Hal said, was the worst thing, a smell like meat that had gone bad, like infection and rot. But it was the man's eyes that Hal kept coming back to in his description. In the direct beam of the phone's light, they'd reflected like an animal's eyes caught in headlights, a yellow-green shine that shouldn't have been there. And they were too wide, the pupils too large, adapted to darkness in a way that suggested he'd been living down here for a very long time. The guy was clearly mentally ill, Hal said. He had to be, otherwise there was no way he'd be wandering around those tunnels looking and smelling like he hadn't washed in over a year. His skin was pale and flaky, his hair was matted into thick ropes of filth, and his clothes were so rotted and stained they were barely holding together. But here's what truly terrified Hal. Despite all that, there was still enough of him left in his mind, enough intelligence and cunning remaining, to try and lure children back into the dark with him. He'd known exactly what to say, had played the role of a concerned adult just well enough to almost work. After the man hissed and swiped at him, Hal said he'd been so shocked by the appearance and behavior that he'd frozen for just a second, just 1 second of hesitation. And in that second, the man had scrambled away, disappearing into yet another tunnel that Hal hadn't even seen in the darkness, an opening barely 2 feet high that the man squeezed into like he was boneless. Hal had tried to follow, getting down on his hands and knees and shining his light into the tunnel, but it curved sharply, and he couldn't see where it led. He'd called out, demanding the man come back, but heard nothing except his own voice echoing back at him. He'd considered crawling after him, but the rational part of his brain finally kicked in. He was in a cave system he didn't know, chasing a man who clearly knew every tunnel and passage, getting farther from the entrance with every step. If something happened to him down here, if he got stuck, if he got lost, if the man ambushed him in the dark, no one would ever find him in time. So Hal had backed out of the tunnel and made his way back to the surface, hating himself with every step. By the time we got back to camp, my wife had already called 911, and a ranger was headed to our location to talk to us. Actually, 2 rangers arrived, the older woman from the gate and a younger man who looked fresh out of college. They took statements from all of us, asking the kids gentle questions about what they'd seen while trying not to traumatize them further. When Hal described what had happened in the cave, the younger ranger's face went pale. The older one just nodded grimly, like this wasn't the first time she'd heard something like this, though she wouldn't elaborate when we pressed her. They explained what we already suspected. There was almost no point searching the caves. Maquoketa's cave system was vast and complex, with hundreds of entrances and exits scattered around the park, some of them hidden under brush or inside hollow trees. Many of the smaller tunnels weren't even mapped, if the guy knew them all, and clearly he did, given that he'd been living down there. He could be just about anywhere. He could surface a mile away, or he could be watching us from another cave entrance right now. They only slightly reassured us by saying it was impossible for anyone to live in the cave system long term, not without them knowing about it anyway. The caves were too cold, too damp. There was no food source. But even as they said it, I could tell they didn't fully believe it themselves. The older ranger, whose name tag read Bishop, admitted that they'd had reports over the years of strange occurrences around the caves, missing food from campsites, strange sounds at night, brief sightings of someone moving through the woods who disappeared when approached. They'd keep their eyes peeled for anyone matching his description wandering around the park, and if they found him, he'd be immediately arrested and we'd be immediately informed. They took detailed descriptions, male, probably in his 40s or 50s, though it was hard to tell, around 5'10", extremely thin, long matted brown hair, tattered dark clothing. They wrote it all down in a notebook that already seemed full of similar reports. As you can imagine, the kids absolutely refused to spend another night in the park, and honestly none of us wanted to either, so we unfortunately had to call it quits on our camping trip, packing up our gear with shaking hands while constantly glancing at the tree line, wondering if he was out there watching us. Now that I mention it, Hal and I were just about the only ones who didn't want to leave, not because we didn't want the trip to end, but because we wanted nothing more than to hunt down the son of a bitch who had tried to grab one of our kids. We wanted to go back into those caves with flashlights and baseball bats and make sure he never threatened another child again. But we were just 2 overworked and overtired dads from the suburbs. If the rangers with their training and experience knew that trying to seal off the whole cave system wasn't going to do any good at that stage, then what the hell could we do? It was frustrating watching them pack up and drive away, knowing that Predator was still down there somewhere. But that feeling of frustrated anger faded quickly, replaced by something heavier and longer lasting. What didn't fade was that lingering feeling that no matter how safe you think you are, no matter how many precautions you take, it's almost impossible to protect our children from those who want to do them harm. We'd been right there, less than 100 yards away, and it had still nearly happened. Hal fell down something of a deep rabbit hole after we got home, trying to dig up any information he could on other encounters with that cave dweller. He spent hours on message boards and local news archives looking for similar reports. He didn't find much, a few mentions of a homeless man seen near the caves back in the early 90s, a couple of unsolved disappearances of hikers that were probably unrelated, old forum posts from campers who'd felt like they were being watched. But I know he still thinks about the cave guy all the time. He regrets getting so spooked by the guy's appearance, regrets that moment of hesitation that let the man escape. He wishes he'd given him the beating he deserved when he had the chance. Wishes he'd been brave enough to drag him out into the daylight and hold him until the police arrived. I can't say I blame him. God knows I've had the same thoughts countless times over the years. I'd pay a hell of a lot of money for 5 minutes alone in a windowless room with that absolute piece of garbage. We never went back to Maquoketa Caves. The kids won't even drive past the exit on the highway without getting quiet and tense. My daughter Lily, who's an adult now with kids of her own, still won't go camping. She says she can't sleep in a tent without thinking about how thin the fabric is, how easy it would be for someone to cut through it in the dark. Sometimes late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder if he's still down there. I wonder how many other families have had similar encounters that they never reported, too embarrassed or too scared to come forward. I wonder how many children he approached over the years before we came along, and how many times he was successful when the parents weren't close enough to hear the screams. But mostly, I wonder what would have happened if Hal had been just a few seconds slower, if the kids had been a little more trusting, if we'd set up our campsite just a little bit farther away. I try not to think about it, but God help me, I can't stop. This is my true account of the events that happened to me in 2015. I was 32 years old, working as a mechanic in the small town of Millfield, Oregon. What follows is exactly as I remember it, though sometimes I wish I could forget. My name is Horace Villalobos, and this happened to me in 2015. I was a pretty ordinary guy working as a mechanic in a small town in Oregon. My life was mostly uneventful, which was how I liked it. I had my routine: work, a few beers with friends at the local bar, and then home to my dog Chester. I wasn't looking for excitement, and I sure wasn't expecting what came my way. The story starts on a Wednesday. I remember because my boss, Leo, always joked about it being hump day, trying to get us to push through to the weekend. That day was hot, unusually so for early October, and the garage was sweltering. The ancient ceiling fan did nothing but push the thick air around in lazy circles. We had a steady stream of customers, mostly regulars, who trusted us with their cars. I was under an old Chevy, hands greasy, cursing at a stubborn bolt that seemed welded in place by years of neglect and Oregon rain, when the bell over the door chimed. The sound cut through the radio's static-filled country music and Earl's muttered complaints about parts suppliers. I slid out from under the car on the creeper, wiping my hands on a rag that had seen better decades. There was a guy standing there in the doorway, and something about him made the hair on my neck stand up. He was tall and gaunt, maybe 40, with hollow cheeks that suggested he hadn't been eating regularly. His eyes darted around the garage like a trapped animal looking for an escape route. He had on a faded black hoodie despite the heat, which should have been my first warning. But you see all kinds in this job: people who dress for comfort over common sense, people with something to hide, people just passing through town with their own stories. So I didn't think much of it at first. "Help you?" I asked, standing and stretching the kinks from my back. He looked around nervously before speaking, his voice rough like he hadn't used it much lately. "Yeah, my car's acting up, keeps stalling out on me." "All right, bring it in and we'll take a look," I said, nodding toward the garage entrance. He went out, and a minute later drove in a beat-up old station wagon that looked like it had survived the apocalypse. The thing was more rust than metal, with duct tape holding the rear window together and a front bumper that hung at an odd angle. As he got out, I noticed a tattoo on his neck, a strange symbol I'd never seen before. It looked like a circle with twisted lines radiating outward, almost like a dark sun. Something about it made me uneasy, but tattoos are common enough, right? I got to work on his car, trying to diagnose the problem while he paced around the garage like a caged predator. He was jittery, constantly checking his phone and glancing toward the windows. My buddy Earl noticed too and shot me a questioning glance from across the shop. I just shrugged, but I kept one eye on the stranger while I worked. The guy's restlessness was contagious. Every few minutes he'd stop pacing and stare at me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. It wasn't just curiosity, it was like he was studying me, memorizing my face for some purpose I couldn't fathom. After about an hour of detective work, I found the issue: a faulty fuel pump, probably original to the car and long overdue for replacement. I wiped my hands and approached him where he stood smoking by the open bay door. "Found your problem," I said. "It's the fuel pump. We can fix it, but it'll take a couple hours." He looked irritated, crushing his cigarette under a worn boot heel. "How much?" I quoted him the price, expecting him to haggle or complain. Instead, he just nodded. "I'll wait," he muttered, settling into the plastic chair in the corner we kept for customers. Earl and I went back to work, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The stranger he'd introduced himself as Blake when I asked for a name for the work order kept fidgeting. At one point I caught him staring at me with a look I couldn't quite decipher. It was almost like he recognized me, but I knew we'd never met. His face wasn't one I'd forget. The afternoon dragged on with unusual slowness. Even the familiar sounds of the garage, the hiss of the pneumatic tools, the radio crackling between stations, Earl's occasional curse when something didn't cooperate seemed muted and distant. Blake's presence cast a shadow over everything, though I couldn't explain why. By late afternoon, we had his car running again. The new fuel pump hummed quietly, and the engine had that smooth idle that comes with proper maintenance. I handed him the bill, and he paid in cash without counting it. Mostly 20s and 10s, the kind of crumpled bills that suggested they'd been carried in pockets for too long. As he was leaving, tucking the receipt into his wallet, he stopped at the door and looked back at me. The late afternoon sun streaming through the windows cast his face in harsh shadows, making his hollow cheeks even more pronounced. "Thanks," he said, then paused. His next words hit me like a physical blow. "You're Villalobos, right? Horace Villalobos?" I felt a chill run down my spine despite the garage's stifling heat. "Yeah, that's me," I replied cautiously, straightening up. "Why?" He nodded slowly, a grim smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I knew your dad." That was a punch to the gut that left me breathless. My dad had disappeared when I was 12, leaving behind nothing but questions and a hole in our family that never healed. He just vanished one day, went to work at the lumber mill, and never came home. The police investigation had gone nowhere. No body, no note, no explanation. Just gone, like he'd stepped off the edge of the world. I stepped closer to Blake, my voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "What do you know about my dad?" Blake's smile widened, but there was no warmth in it. "Ask around," he said cryptically, then turned and walked out into the fading daylight. I watched him drive away, his station wagon's engine running smooth as silk now. But my hands were shaking. 20 years of wondering, of trying not to think about the man who'd taught me to throw a baseball and change a tire, and suddenly this stranger appears with knowledge I'd given up hope of ever finding. That night, I couldn't sleep. Chester, my loyal German shepherd, lay at my feet, sensing my unease. He kept lifting his head, ears pricked as if he could hear the turmoil in my mind. I kept replaying the conversation with Blake, wondering what he knew and why he'd waited until he was walking out the door to drop that bombshell. The house felt too quiet, too empty. Every creak of the settling wood made me tense. Outside, the wind moved through the Douglas firs that surrounded my small property, creating sounds that seemed almost like whispers. I found myself thinking about my father, remembering the last morning I'd seen him, the way he'd ruffled my hair and promised to help me with my homework that evening. A promise he'd never get to keep. Blake's words echoed in my head. Ask around, but ask who, and about what? My father's disappearance had been the town's mystery for exactly 1 week, 20 years ago. Then it had faded into the background noise of small-town life. People moved on. They had to. But now, lying in my childhood bedroom in the house my mother had left me when she passed 5 years ago, I realized I'd never really moved on. I'd just buried the questions so deep I'd forgotten they were there. As the hours crawled by and dawn approached, I made a decision. I was going to find out what Blake knew about my father, no matter where it led me. I had no idea that decision would drag me into a nightmare that would make my father's disappearance seem like the least of my worries. The morning light filtering through my curtains couldn't chase away the shadows that Blake's words had awakened. Something dark was stirring in Millfield, and I was about to discover that some mysteries are better left buried. The next day at the garage, I was distracted. Every customer who walked through the door made me look up, hopefully, thinking it might be Blake returning with more answers. But he didn't show. Earl noticed my restlessness and finally cornered me during our lunch break.
"What's eating you, Horace? You've been jumpy as a cat all morning."
I told him about Blake and what he'd said about my dad. Earl, being the conspiracy theorist he was, leaned forward with interest, his sandwich forgotten.
"That's weird, man. Real weird. You think this Blake character knows something about what happened to your old man?"
I don't know what to think, I admitted, but he seemed to know who I was, called me by name. Earl rubbed his beard thoughtfully. "You know what we should do? We should go to the Rusty Nail tonight. Your dad used to hang out there, right? Maybe Rick remembers something." The Rusty Nail was a dive bar on the edge of town, the kind of place where the beer was cheap and the conversations were cheaper. My dad had spent more evenings there than my mother appreciated, nursing a beer and playing pool with whoever was around. It wasn't a lead exactly, but it was somewhere to start. That evening, Earl and I headed to the bar as the sun was setting behind the mountains. The Rusty Nail hadn't changed much since my dad's days. Same flickering neon sign, same wooden door scarred by years of opening and closing, same smell of stale beer and cigarettes that hit you the moment you walked in. We sat at the bar and ordered beers from Rick, the bartender who'd been there since before I was born. Rick was a weathered man in his 60s with gray hair and arms covered in faded tattoos from his Navy days. He'd seen every kind of trouble the human condition could produce, and very little surprised him anymore. "Hey, Rick," I said after we'd settled in. "You remember my dad, Joe Villadobos?" Rick's face softened slightly. "Yeah, I remember Joe. Good man, quiet, mostly. What's this about, Horace?" I explained the encounter with Blake, watching Rick's expression carefully. When I mentioned Blake's name, something flickered across the bartender's face, recognition maybe, or concern. "Blake, huh?" Rick said, his voice dropping. "That guy's bad news, Horace. Seen him around town lately, but he's trouble. As for your dad, well," he paused, wiping the bar with a rag in slow, deliberate circles. "There's some things folks around here don't like to talk about." Earl leaned forward. "Like what?" Rick sighed, glancing around to make sure no one else was listening. The bar was nearly empty, just us, an old-timer playing the lottery machine, and a couple in the corner booth who were too wrapped up in each other to pay attention to anyone else. "Joe got mixed up with some people before he disappeared," Rick said quietly. "Weird folks, real secretive. They had meetings, called themselves some kind of religious group, but it didn't feel right, you know. Had this symbol they all wore." My blood went cold. "What kind of symbol?" Rick made a vague gesture with his hand. "Like a sun, but twisted, dark-looking. Made me uncomfortable just seeing it. The same symbol I'd seen tattooed on Blake's neck." The pieces were starting to form a picture, but it was a picture I didn't like. "What happened to them?" I asked, my heart pounding. "They left town around the same time Joe vanished," Rick said. "Nobody's seen or heard from them since. Good riddance, if you ask me." "But Horace," he leaned closer, his voice barely above a whisper. "If this Blake character is connected to them, you need to be careful, real careful." Earl and I exchanged glances. This was getting deeper than I'd expected, and a lot more dangerous. "Do you remember anything else about this group?" I pressed. Rick thought for a moment, his brow furrowed. "They called themselves something fancy. The Order of something Dawn. Scarlet Dawn, maybe. They rented that old Henderson farm outside town for a while. Place has been empty for years, but there were lights out there at night sometimes. Strange lights." We finished our beers in relative silence, each lost in our own thoughts. When we left the bar, the night air felt colder than it should have for October, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Over the next few days, I couldn't focus on anything else. I started digging into old records at the library, looking for any mention of the Order of the Scarlet Dawn. It wasn't easy. Small-town newspapers don't keep the best archives, but I found bits and pieces. A brief mention in the police blotter about noise complaints at the Henderson farm. A letter to the editor from a concerned citizen about unusual activities on the outskirts of town. A classified ad seeking spiritual seekers ready for transformation. Nothing concrete, but enough to paint a picture of a group that had operated in the shadows. The librarian, Mrs. Patterson, remembered them too. She was a thin woman in her 70s who'd worked at the library for 40 years and had a memory like a steel trap. "Oh yes, I remember that group," she said when I asked. "They came in sometimes, looking for books on unusual subjects. Ancient religions, mysticism, things like that, made me uncomfortable, the way they looked at people, like they were sizing you up for something." "Do you remember their leader?" "A man named Cyrus, tall, thin, with these intense eyes, spoke very softly, but when he talked, people listened. Had a way about him, like he could see right through you." She shuddered slightly. I was glad when they left town. That evening, I was at home researching what I could find online about cults and missing persons when Chester started barking furiously at the front door. His bark was different than usual, urgent, almost frantic. I grabbed the wrench I kept by the door and looked through the peephole. Blake stood on my porch, looking even more haggard than before. His clothes were rumpled, and he kept glancing over his shoulder as if expecting someone to follow him out of the darkness. I opened the door cautiously, keeping the wrench ready. "What do you want?" "I need to talk to you," Blake said, his voice tight with fear. "It's about your dad, about what really happened to him." Against my better judgment, I let him in. Chester continued to growl low in his throat, not taking his eyes off Blake as we sat at my kitchen table. The house felt smaller with Blake in it, as if his presence had somehow compressed the walls. "Your dad," Blake began, his hand shaking slightly. "He was involved with the order. They took him, used him for one of their rituals. I managed to get out, but they're still out there, still looking for more people, more sacrifices." My blood ran cold. "Sacrifices? What do you mean?" Blake's eyes darted to the windows, as if expecting faces to appear in the glass. "They believe in this ancient power, something dark. They think sacrificing people gives them control over it, makes them stronger. Your dad, he was one of their victims. They killed him, Horace, and now that you're asking questions, they'll come for you too." The words hit me like a physical blow. 20 years of wondering, and now I knew. My father hadn't left us. He'd been murdered by a cult of fanatics who thought his death would give them power. "Why are you telling me this now?" I managed to ask. Blake looked desperate, haunted. "Because they're after me. I've been running for months, but they found me again, and now that you're digging into the past, they know you're a threat. We need to stop them, Horace. We need to finish what your father started." "What do you mean?" "What my father started. He was trying to expose them, to stop them. That's why they killed him. But he hid something first, evidence that could bring them down. I know where it is." I stared at Blake, trying to process what he was telling me. Everything I thought I knew about my father's disappearance was wrong. He hadn't abandoned us. He died trying to protect people from monsters. "Where?" I asked. "The old Henderson farm. They're using it again, Horace. The Order of the Scarlet Dawn is back." As Blake's words sank in, I realized my quiet life in Millfield was over. My father's ghost had returned to claim me, and I was about to walk into the same darkness that had swallowed him 20 years ago. But I had to know the truth. I had to finish what he'd started, even if it killed me. The next few days passed in a haze of planning and dread. Blake and I met twice more, always in different locations, always watching for signs we were being followed. He told me more about the Order, how they recruited vulnerable people with promises of spiritual enlightenment, how they slowly isolated their members from the outside world, and how they used fear and manipulation to maintain control. "They target people who are lost," Blake explained during one of our clandestine meetings at a diner 20 miles outside town. "People who've lost someone they love, people who feel like failures, people who are looking for meaning. They offer hope, purpose, belonging. By the time you realize what they really are, it's too late." "How did you get out?" Blake's face darkened. "I saw what they did to your father. I was supposed to help with the ritual, but when I saw," he shuddered, "I couldn't do it. I ran that night and never looked back. Been running ever since." According to Blake, The order had returned to the Henderson farm 6 months ago. They were smaller now, maybe a dozen core members, but they were planning something big. A final ritual that would supposedly give their leader Cyrus permanent control over the dark forces they worshipped. "We have to stop them," Blake insisted. "If they succeed, they'll have the power to do whatever they want. Your father's death will have been for nothing." I wanted to go to the police, but Blake shook his head. "They won't believe us. No evidence, no bodies they can find. They'll think we're crazy. And besides," he lowered his voice, "Cyrus has people everywhere. The order has been recruiting for 20 years. Some of them might be cops." So we planned to go to the farm ourselves to find the evidence my father had supposedly hidden and stop whatever the order was planning. It was insane, reckless, and probably suicidal, but I couldn't let my father's sacrifice be meaningless. We decided to approach the farm on Saturday night. Blake had been watching their patterns. They held their main gatherings on Saturday evenings when most of the town was settling in for the night, and fewer people would notice unusual activity. Saturday came too quickly. Earl offered to come with us, but I refused. This was about my father, my responsibility. I wouldn't drag my friend into danger. As darkness fell, Blake and I drove separately to a point about 2 miles from the Henderson farm. We parked our cars hidden in a grove of trees and continued on foot, armed with flashlights, my toolbox, and what little courage we could muster. The Henderson farm sat in a valley surrounded by dense woods. The main house was a 2-story colonial that had seen better decades, its white paint now gray with age and neglect. Several outbuildings dotted the property, a barn, equipment shed, and what looked like a newer structure that hadn't been there in my father's time. We approached carefully, staying in the tree line. Lights were on in the main house, and I could see figures moving around inside. Cars were parked in what used to be the front yard, maybe 8 or 10 of them, all dark-colored and unremarkable. "There," Blake whispered, pointing to the barn. "That's where they keep the evidence. Your father hid something in there before they caught him." We crept closer, using the shadows cast by the moon to conceal our movement. The barn was dark and appeared to be empty. Blake produced a set of lockpicks from his pocket. "A skill from his days with the order," he explained, and within minutes we were inside. The barn smelled of age and decay. Hay bales were stacked along the walls, and old farm equipment rusted in the corners. But there were newer additions too, symbols painted on the walls in what looked like dried blood, strange geometric patterns that hurt to look at directly. "Over here," Blake whispered, leading me to a section of the wooden floor that looked different from the rest. "Help me move these boards." We pried up several floorboards, revealing a small cavity underneath. Inside was a metal box, about the size of a shoebox. Blake lifted it out carefully, his hands shaking. "This is it," he said. "This is what your father died protecting." Inside the box were photographs, dozens of them, showing the order's rituals in horrific detail. Pictures of altars stained with blood, of people bound and terrified, of Cyrus himself performing ceremonies that defied description. And there were documents too, lists of members, financial records, and a journal written in my father's handwriting. I opened the journal with trembling hands and read by flashlight. My father's words painted a picture of a good man who'd stumbled into something evil and tried to stop it. He'd infiltrated the order, gathered evidence, and planned to take it to the FBI. But they'd discovered his true purpose before he could escape. "We have to get this to the authorities," I said, but Blake grabbed my arm. "Listen," he whispered. From outside came the sound of chanting, low voices rising and falling in unison. Through the barn's dirty windows, I could see lights moving across the farmyard, torches or candles carried by robed figures. "They're starting the ritual," Blake said, his face pale in the flashlight's glow. "We need to go, now." But as we moved toward the barn door, it swung open. 3 figures in dark robes stood silhouetted against the night sky, their faces hidden by hoods. I couldn't see their features, but I could feel their malevolent presence like a physical weight. "Blake," one of them said in a voice like grinding stone, "you shouldn't have come back." Blake stepped protectively in front of me. "Run, Horace. Take the box and run." But more robed figures appeared at the barn's other entrance. We were surrounded. Horace Villalobos, the lead figure, continued, pushing back his hood to reveal a gaunt face with burning eyes. This had to be Cyrus. He looked exactly as Mrs. Patterson had described him, but 20 years older and far more terrible. The son of Joseph. How fitting that you should join us on this most sacred night. What do you want? I managed to ask, clutching the metal box against my chest. Cyrus smiled, but it was the smile of a predator. Why, to complete what we started 20 years ago, of course. Your father interfered with our work, but his sacrifice wasn't wasted. His death gave us power, and now yours will give us even more. The other cultists began to close in. Blake pulled a knife from his jacket when he armed himself and held it ready. I won't let you hurt him, Blake said. You won't be able to stop us, Cyrus replied. You're outnumbered, outmatched. Your little rebellion ends tonight. What happened next was chaos. Blake lunged at the nearest cultist, his knife flashing in the dim light. I ran for the side wall of the barn, hoping to break through the old wood, but more robed figures poured in from outside. A hand grabbed my shoulder, spinning me around. I swung my flashlight like a club, connecting with someone's head. The impact sent vibrations up my arm, and my attacker staggered backward. The box, Blake shouted. Don't let them have the box. I held onto it desperately as hands reached for me from all directions. In the confusion, I saw Blake struggling with two cultists, his knife red with blood. Then something hard hit me in the back of the head, and the world exploded into stars. When the ringing in my ears cleared, I was on my knees in the farmyard, surrounded by the entire order. They'd formed a circle around Blake and me, their torches casting dancing shadows on the ground. At the center of the circle stood Cyrus, now wearing elaborate robes covered in the same twisted sun symbol I'd seen on Blake's neck. 20 years, Cyrus said, his voice carrying clearly in the night air. 20 years since Joseph Villalobos tried to stop us. 20 years since his death gave us the power to grow, to spread our influence, to prepare for this moment. The metal box lay at his feet, its contents scattered in the dirt. All of my father's work, all the evidence he'd died to preserve, was now in the hands of the very people he'd tried to stop. But tonight, Cyrus continued, we complete the cycle. Tonight we sacrifice the son as we sacrifice the father, and the power we gain will be enough to open the final door. I looked around desperately, searching for any means of escape. But the cultists stood shoulder to shoulder, their faces hidden by hoods, their attention focused entirely on Cyrus and his terrible promises. Blake caught my eye and mouthed the single word, run. Then he threw himself at Cyrus, tackling the cult leader to the ground. The circle broke as cultists rushed to help their leader, and in the confusion, I saw my chance. I ran into the darkness, branches whipping at my face as I crashed through the woods. Behind me I could hear shouting, the sound of pursuit. But I knew these woods better than they did. I'd hunted here as a boy with my father before everything went wrong. I made it to my car and drove away as fast as I dared, my hands shaking on the steering wheel. In my rearview mirror I could see the glow of the torches at the Henderson farm, like a wound in the night sky. Blake had saved my life, but I'd left him to die with those monsters. And somewhere in those dark woods, the Order of the Scarlet Dawn was still conducting their terrible rituals, still planning whatever apocalyptic finale Cyrus had in mind. My father's ghost wasn't finished with me yet. The nightmare was just beginning. I drove aimlessly for hours, my mind reeling from what I'd witnessed. Every set of headlights in my rearview mirror made me think I was being followed. Every shadow seemed to hide robed figures waiting to drag me back to that farmyard of horrors. Eventually, I found myself parked outside the police station in town. I sat there for nearly an hour, clutching the steering wheel, trying to decide what to do. Blake had been right. Who would believe this story? A cult, ritual sacrifice, ancient powers? I'd sound like a madman. But I had to try. Chief Morrison had been a friend of my father's, and he listened patiently as I told him everything. His expression grew more skeptical with each detail, but he took notes and asked questions. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair and studied me with tired eyes. Horace, I've known you since you were knee-high to a grasshopper. You're not the type to make up stories, but what you're telling me, he shook his head. It sounds like something out of a horror movie. I know how it sounds, Chief. But you can check the Henderson farm. There's evidence there. Ritual sites. Probably Blake's body by now. Morrison sighed. All right, I'll send a couple of officers out there in the morning. But Horace, if this is some kind of prank, or if you're having some kind of breakdown. It's not, I said firmly. My father was murdered by these people, and they tried to kill me tonight. The chief promised to investigate, but I could see in his eyes that he thought I was losing my grip on reality. I left the station feeling more alone than ever. I spent what remained of the night at a motel on the other side of town, too paranoid to go home. Chester whined and paced in the small room, sensing my distress. Neither of us slept much. The next morning, Chief Morrison called with news that chilled me to the bone. We checked the Henderson farm. Horace, it's empty. Has been for months, by the look of it. No signs of recent activity. No evidence of any gathering last night. Nothing. That's impossible. I was there. I saw them. I believe you think you saw them, Morrison said gently. But son, there's nothing there. Maybe you should talk to someone, get some help dealing with your father's disappearance. It's never too late to process grief. They thought I was crazy. The order had cleaned up their traces, probably moved to another location. And now I looked like a man who'd invented an elaborate delusion to cope with childhood trauma. But they'd made one mistake. They'd left Blake alive. I found him that afternoon, beaten and bloody, hiding in an abandoned storage unit on the outskirts of town. He was barely conscious when I discovered him, and it took several minutes to convince him I wasn't another cultist coming to finish the job. They're gone, he whispered through split lips, pulled up stakes and left before dawn. But they'll be back, Horace. They're not finished with us. I helped him to my car and drove him to a clinic in the next town over, where a tired doctor stitched his wounds without asking too many questions. Blake had taken a severe beating, but he was alive. Why didn't they kill you? I asked as we sat in the clinic's parking lot afterward. They tried, but something interrupted them. Car coming down the road maybe. Or they heard sirens in the distance. Had to scatter fast, left me for dead. He touched his bandaged face gingerly. Joke's on them. I'm harder to kill than I look. Over the next few days, Blake recovered enough to tell me what he'd learned during his captivity. The order hadn't given up. They'd simply moved their operation to a backup location, and their final ritual was still planned for the coming weekend, on the night of the new moon. There's something else, Blake said, his voice heavy with dread. Cyrus knows about your mother. My blood turned to ice. What about my mother? She didn't die of cancer, Horace. They poisoned her, slowly over months, making it look like a natural illness. It was revenge for what your father did, and a way to isolate you, make you vulnerable. The world seemed to tilt sideways. My mother, who'd raised me alone after my father disappeared, who'd fought so bravely against what we thought was cancer, had actually been murdered by the same monsters who'd killed my father. Where are they now? I asked, my voice barely controlled. There's an old mine shaft about 30 miles north of here. Abandoned silver mine from the 1800s. They've been preparing the site for weeks, carving symbols into the rock, setting up their altar. Saturday night, they're going to try to open what they call the Scarlet Door. What's the Scarlet Door? Blake's face was pale. According to their beliefs, it's a passage to the realm of their dark god. If they succeed in opening it, they'll have power beyond imagination, and the first thing they'll do is come after everyone who opposed them. You, me, anyone who knows their secrets. I thought about Chief Morrison, who'd dismissed my story, about Earl, who'd wanted to help, about Mrs. Patterson at the library, who'd given me information about the order. They were all in danger because of me. We have to stop them, I said. There are only 2 of us, and at least a dozen of them, plus whatever Cyrus might summon if the ritual actually works. Then we make sure it doesn't work. Blake studied my face for a long moment, then nodded slowly. All right, but we do this smart. We don't try to be heroes. We sabotage their ritual and get out alive. Deal? Deal. We spent the rest of the week planning. Blake knew their routines, their security measures, their weaknesses. The mine was in a remote area with only one access road, which would make escape difficult but also meant they wouldn't have lookouts posted far from the site. Saturday arrived gray and overcast with heavy clouds that promised rain. As evening approached, Blake and I drove to within a mile of the mine, then hiked through the forest to reach the entrance. The old mine shaft had been transformed into something from a nightmare. Torches lined the entrance, and carved symbols covered every available surface. The twisted sun symbol of the order was repeated hundreds of times, etched into the rock with obsessive precision. We could hear chanting echoing from deep within the mine, the same rhythmic voices I'd heard at the farm, but louder now, more urgent. The ritual had begun. The altar will be at the bottom of the main shaft, Blake whispered. That's where they'll try to open the door. If we can disrupt the ceremony, cause enough chaos, maybe we can stop them. We crept into the mine, following the sound of voices deeper into the earth. The air grew colder as we descended, and our flashlights revealed more symbols carved into the walls, some of them seeming to pulse with their own malevolent life. The main chamber opened before us like a vision of hell. The Order had assembled around a stone altar that looked ancient beyond measure. Cyrus stood at its center, his arms raised toward a section of the cavern wall where the symbols were carved deepest. The wall itself seemed to be shifting, as if reality was becoming fluid. But what froze my blood was the figure bound to the altar. It was Earl. My friend lay unconscious on the stone slab, his wrists and ankles secured with rope. He must have come looking for me when I didn't show up for work, and somehow the Order had captured him. They need a sacrifice to complete the ritual, Blake breathed in my ear. Someone connected to you, to your father's bloodline. Cyrus raised a curved knife above Earl's chest, and I saw the scarlet door beginning to form in the wall, a crack in reality itself, through which something vast and terrible was trying to push through. I couldn't let Earl die. I couldn't let these monsters succeed. I grabbed a loose rock and hurled it at Cyrus, shouting at the top of my lungs. The stone struck him in the shoulder, spinning him around, and sending the knife clattering across the cavern floor. Chaos erupted. The cultists turned toward us, their chanting broken, and the forming door in the wall began to waver and fade. Blake and I fought our way toward the altar, desperate to reach Earl before the Order could regroup. But Cyrus was faster than I'd expected. Even wounded, he moved with inhuman speed, snatching up the fallen knife and turning back toward Earl. "You're too late," he screamed. "The door is already opening. Your friend's death will complete what your father tried to stop." The knife plunged downward toward Earl's chest, but I tackled Cyrus at the last second, sending us both crashing to the cavern floor. We wrestled for the weapon, rolling across the uneven stone as cultists tried to reach us. Blake was fighting desperately against three robed figures, his face streaming blood from a fresh wound. Earl was stirring on the altar, beginning to regain consciousness but still bound and helpless. I managed to get my hands on the knife, driving it upward into Cyrus's chest. His eyes went wide with shock and pain, but also with something like triumph. "It doesn't matter," he gasped. "The door is already open." He collapsed, but his words proved true. The crack in the cavern wall had stabilized, and through it I could see something that defied description. A realm of endless darkness where things that had never been human moved with malevolent intelligence. The surviving cultists fell to their knees, some weeping, others laughing with mad joy. Their leader was dead, but his final ritual had succeeded. Something began to push through the scarlet door, a tendril of living shadow that reached into our world with hungry intent. Where it touched the cavern walls, the stone withered and cracked. "We have to get out of here," Blake shouted, cutting Earl's bonds with swift strokes of his knife. "The whole place is going to collapse." Earl was weak but mobile, and the three of us ran for the mine entrance as the cavern began to shake apart behind us. The thing from beyond the door was still emerging, its alien presence too much for our reality to contain. We burst out of the mine just as the entrance collapsed in a roar of falling stone. But I could still feel the presence of the thing we'd released, spreading outward like an infection, seeking new ways to enter our world. Blake looked at the sealed mine shaft, then at me. "It's not over, is it?" "No," I said, thinking of the shadow I'd seen reaching through the door, and the way the cultists had smiled even as their leader died. "I don't think it ever will be." 6 months have passed since that night at the mine, and I wish I could say everything returned to normal, but nothing about my life has been normal since Blake first walked into the garage with his cryptic knowledge about my father. The official story was simple enough. An old mine shaft had collapsed due to structural instability, probably triggered by recent rains. Chief Morrison mentioned it briefly in the local paper, noting that the site had been marked as dangerous and would be permanently sealed. No mention of cults or rituals or things that shouldn't exist. Blake disappeared 3 days after our escape from the mine. I came home from work to find a note on my kitchen table. "They're still out there, and they know we stopped the ritual. I'm going underground for a while. Watch yourself, Horace. This isn't finished." He was right, of course. The Order of the Scarlet Dawn might have lost their leader, but their surviving members had scattered rather than disbanded. And something had come through that door in the mine, something that hadn't died when the tunnel collapsed. I started seeing the signs almost immediately. Animals in the area began acting strangely, either becoming aggressive or simply disappearing. Plants near the sealed mine entrance withered and died despite the spring rains. And sometimes, late at night, I could feel something watching me from the darkness beyond my windows. Earl recovered from his ordeal physically, but the experience had marked him. He'd seen things in that cavern that he couldn't explain or forget. We didn't talk much about that night. What was there to say? We'd witnessed something beyond human understanding, and we were both struggling to live with that knowledge. "You ever think about leaving town?" Earl asked me one day while we were working on a transmission rebuild. "Every day," I admitted. "But where would I go? And what about Chester? This is his home too." Chester had become increasingly protective since the night at the mine. He slept across my bedroom doorway now, positioning himself between me and any potential threat. Dogs sense things humans miss, and Chester clearly sensed that our troubles weren't over. The first clear sign that Blake had been right came about a month after the mine collapse. I was closing up the garage late one evening when I noticed a man standing across the street, just outside the pool of light cast by the street lamp. He was wearing a dark coat and hat, and something about his posture seemed familiar. When I looked again, he was gone. It happened several more times over the following weeks, glimpses of figures watching me from a distance, always disappearing when I tried to get a better look. Someone was keeping tabs on me, and I had a pretty good idea who. The remaining cultists hadn't forgotten that Earl and I had destroyed their leader and disrupted their ritual. We were unfinished business, loose ends that needed to be tied up. I bought a gun, a .38 revolver that I kept in the drawer of my bedside table. I'd never owned a firearm before, but the events at the mine had convinced me that there were worse things in the world than bullets could handle, but bullets were still better than nothing. The harassment escalated gradually. My mail was tampered with, my truck's tires were slashed twice. Someone broke into the garage one night, but didn't steal anything. They just rearranged tools and left symbols carved into my workbench. The same twisted sun that had marked the order, but smaller now, more subtle, a reminder that they were still out there. Chief Morrison took my complaints seriously this time. The mine collapse had left him more open to the possibility that dangerous people were operating in the area, even if he didn't accept my explanation of what we'd really faced that night. "I've got patrol cars driving by your place more often," he told me during one of our meetings. "And I've reached out to the FBI about possible cult activity in the region. Whatever's happening, Horace, we're not going to let them intimidate you." But the federal agents who came to interview me were skeptical of my story, especially the parts about ritual sacrifice and supernatural phenomena. They took notes, promised to investigate, and left town after 2 days with nothing to show for their efforts. The real turning point came on a rainy night in October, almost exactly a year after Blake had first appeared in my garage. I was home alone, reading in my living room while Chester dozed at my feet when the lights went out. Power outages weren't uncommon during autumn storms, but this felt different. The darkness outside my windows was too complete, too absolute. Even the streetlights were dead, and I couldn't see any lights from neighboring houses. Chester lifted his head, growling low in his throat. His hackles were raised, and he was staring at the front door with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I grabbed my flashlight and the .48, moving carefully toward the window to look outside. What I saw made me understand that my reprieve was over. They were standing in my yard, 5 figures in dark clothing, arranged in a rough circle around my house. I couldn't make out their faces, but I didn't need to. The way they stood, perfectly still and patient, told me everything I needed to know. The surviving members of the Order had come to finish what Cyrus had started. My phone was dead, no dial tone, no cell service. They'd cut the lines and probably had some kind of signal jammer. I was on my own. I considered my options. The house had 2 exits, the front door and the back door, leading to the kitchen. Both were probably being watched. The windows were possibilities, but they'd see me coming and be ready. Chester suddenly barked once, sharply, then fell silent. He was looking toward the kitchen now, his body tense with alertness. Someone was trying to get in through the back door. I moved through the house as quietly as possible, the Pine .38 ready in my hand. Through the kitchen window, I could see a dark figure working at the door lock with practiced efficiency. They'd be inside within minutes. That's when I made a decision that probably saved my life. Instead of waiting for them to come to me, I went to them. I threw open the front door and charged outside, shouting at the top of my lungs. The sudden noise and movement caught them off guard. They'd expected me to cower inside, waiting to be taken. The figure at the back door spun around, startled by my appearance. I put 2 bullets in his chest before he could react, and he dropped without a sound. The others were closing in now, moving with deadly purpose. I ran for my truck, parked in the driveway, but another cultist stepped into my path. This one was a woman, middle-aged, with the same fanatic intensity I remembered from the mine. "You can't run forever, Villalobos," she said, her voice calm despite the chaos. "We'll find you wherever you go." "Maybe," I replied, raising the gun. "But you won't." She lunged at me with a knife, but I was ready. The .38 spoke again, and she went down hard. 3 more cultists were converging on my position. I made it to the truck and got the engine started, but they reached me before I could pull away. Hands grabbed at the door handle, trying to drag me out of the cab. I floored the accelerator, and the truck lurched forward. One of the cultists was caught by the rear bumper and went down screaming. The other 2 were thrown clear as I spun the wheel hard to the right. In my rearview mirror, I could see them picking themselves up, their dark forms illuminated by my taillights. But I was moving now, putting distance between myself and the house where I'd lived my entire adult life. I drove through the night, stopping only for gas and to check that I wasn't being followed. By dawn, I was 3 states away, trying to figure out what to do next. That was 6 months ago. Since then, I've been living like Blake, staying mobile, never remaining in one place long enough for them to track me down. Chester adapted to life on the road better than I expected, though I can see the stress wearing on him. He's getting older, and this constant vigilance is taking its toll. I've had contact with other survivors, people who've encountered cults like the Order, or who've witnessed things that shouldn't exist. There's an informal network of us now, sharing information and warnings through encrypted channels and coded messages. The thing that came through the Scarlet Door is still out there. I've seen reports from across the country, areas where reality seems unstable, where people disappear or change in inexplicable ways. The influence is spreading, slowly but steadily, and I don't think conventional authorities are equipped to deal with it. Blake surfaces occasionally, always in different places, always with new information about the Order's activities. They're rebuilding, recruiting new members, planning something bigger than what we stopped at the mine, and they haven't forgotten about us. The door we closed was just the beginning, Blake told me during our last meeting, in a diner outside Denver. There are others, dozens of them, maybe more, and every time they succeed in opening one, it gets easier to open the next. So I keep moving, keep watching, keep fighting when I have to. My father died trying to stop these monsters, and my mother was murdered for his interference. I won't let their deaths be meaningless. Sometimes, late at night in whatever motel room or safe house I'm occupying, I think about my old life in Millfield. The garage, the routine, the simple pleasure of fixing things that were broken. It seems like something from another person's life now, a dream of normalcy that was never really mine to keep. But then I remember Earl, tied to that stone altar, moments away from death. I remember the thing pushing through the Scarlet Door, bringing its alien hunger into our world. I remember my father's journal, his desperate attempt to preserve evidence of the Order's crimes. Some fights choose you, whether you want them or not. This one chose my family 20 years ago, and it's not finished with us yet. I'm writing this account in a truck stop in Nebraska, with Chester sleeping in the passenger seat and one eye on the door. Tomorrow we'll move on to the next town, the next lead, the next battle in a war that most people don't even know is being fought. The Order of the Scarlet Dawn thinks they can outlast me, that eventually I'll make a mistake or grow tired of running. They might be right, but until that day comes, I'll keep fighting. Keep exposing their activities, keep preventing them from opening their doors to whatever hell they worship. It's what my father would have wanted. It's what my mother would have expected. And it's the only way I know to honor their memory while protecting the innocent people who have no idea what's lurking in the shadows of their quiet lives. The road stretches ahead, empty and dark. But I'm not afraid of the darkness anymore. I've seen what lives in it, and I know how to fight back." Chester stirs in his sleep, probably dreaming of the home we can never return to. I start the engine and pull back onto the highway, heading toward whatever comes next. The nightmare isn't over, but neither am I. My name is Jonathan. I've worked in the Forest Service now for roughly 17 years. That's 17 years of watching the seasons change over the same stretches of wilderness, 17 years of helping lost hikers find their way back to civilization, and 17 years of witnessing things that most people would never believe. When you spend as much time in the deep woods as I have, you begin to understand that the line between what we know and what we don't is razor thin. The forest keeps its secrets. Most of the time, that's for the best. I'm recording this because I need someone else to know. I've followed your channel for years now, watching you document unexplained encounters and giving voice to those who've experienced things beyond ordinary explanation. You're kind of like a YouTube David Pollids, at least when it comes to cryptids. I really appreciate your work. I think you putting out a platform like this, allowing people to come forth with their real-life encounters, is going to help a lot of lives, more so than you'll ever know. There's something therapeutic about speaking these things aloud, about knowing you're not alone in what you've seen or heard. Now let me take away from my fanboying at the moment, because I actually do have a story that I think you'll be interested in sharing. This didn't happen while I was working, but came from a very close and trusted colleague of mine who's worked in this service longer than I. He himself is a firm believer in the paranormal, ghosts, and hauntings, especially after this incident. Michael, that's what I'll call him, doesn't talk about this often. When he does, his voice drops to just above a whisper, and he gets this distant look in his eyes like he's seeing it all over again. We were on fire watch together last fall when he told me, the two of us alone in the tower with nothing but the sound of the wind through the pines and the occasional crackle of radio static. "There are things in these woods that don't have names, John," he said to me that night. "Things that shouldn't exist but do." The fire tower creaked in the wind as he began his story, and I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the autumn air. Michael had been part of search and rescue for over 20 years. He'd seen people in various states of disaster, hikers with hypothermia, climbers with compound fractures, lost children delirious from dehydration. But nothing had prepared him for what happened with Dave Groves. "I've never told anyone outside the team about this," Michael said, his weathered face illuminated by the dim glow of our lantern. "Some things you just can't explain away." The search for Dave Groves began like any other. A man in his mid-40s had gone hiking alone, always a red flag for us in search and rescue, and hadn't returned when expected. His wife called it in after he missed their nightly check-in call. Standard procedure: assemble the team, establish a command post, grid the search area based on his last known location and possible routes. Groves was an experienced hiker and a high school biology teacher. 46 years old, physically fit, with 2 PhDs and a profound love for the outdoors. He told his wife he was going to photograph some rare lichen formations for his class. His car was found at the Blackwater Ridge trailhead, equipment missing but otherwise undisturbed. "We expected to find him injured, maybe a broken leg or a bad fall," Michael told me. "Best case scenario, he'd just lost track of time or his phone died. Those are the outcomes you hope for." The search stretched into its second day with no sign of Groves. They found one of his water bottles on the trail about 3 miles in, but nothing else. No backpack, no camera, no breadcrumb trail to follow. It was as if the forest had simply swallowed him. Day 3 brought rain, the kind of cold, penetrating downpour that soaks through even the best gear and chills you to the bone. The search teams rotated in shifts, but hope was starting to fade. Survival rates dropped precipitously after 72 hours in wilderness conditions, especially with temperatures dipping into the low 20s at night. His wife was at the command post, Michael said. You could see her unraveling hour by hour, holding herself together for the sake of their kids, but just barely. She kept saying he wouldn't have wandered off trail, he was too experienced for that. But experienced hikers go missing too. Sometimes it's the experienced ones who take the biggest risks, venturing where others wouldn't dare. Sometimes confidence is more dangerous than caution. On the morning of the 4th day, they expanded the search radius. Michael was paired with a newer ranger named Tara. They were assigned to a section of dense forest that ran alongside a steep ravine, difficult terrain that had been deemed lower priority in the initial search pattern. "That's when we heard it," Michael said, his voice dropping even lower, a sound I still hear in my dreams. Not quite human, not quite animal. A low guttural moaning that echoed through the trees. They called out Grove's name, received no coherent response, just more of that unsettling moan. They followed the sound, pushing through thick underbrush, the thorns tearing at their clothing. "When we found him," Michael said, pausing to take a breath that shuddered slightly, "he wasn't the man in the photos his wife had given us, not anymore. The man they found was naked, covered in mud and what appeared to be blood. He was crouched over the carcass of a rabbit, tearing into it with his bare teeth. His skin was scratched and bruised, with deep lacerations across his back and arms. But it was his eyes that haunted Michael the most. They were black," he whispered, "not just the pupils, not just the irises, all of it completely black, like looking into empty space. No reflection, no light, just void." Michael stopped speaking then, and we sat in silence for several minutes. The wind picked up outside, howling around the corners of the fire tower. I didn't press him to continue. Some memories need time and space to be approached. Eventually he cleared his throat and continued, "You ever seen something that your brain just refuses to process? Something so wrong that your mind wants to edit it out, replace it with something that makes sense?" I nodded, though truthfully, I wasn't sure I had. That's what his eyes were like. Wrong in a way I can't fully explain. Michael rubbed his own eyes, as if trying to scrub away the memory. "And when he saw us, John, when he saw us, he smiled." The following morning, Michael continued his story over lukewarm coffee as we watched the sun rise over the forest canopy. The golden light filtering through the trees seemed to dispel some of the previous night's unease, but the hollow look in my colleague's eyes remained. "We need to go back further," he said suddenly. "To understand what happened with Dave Groves, you need to know about the area where he went missing. Blackwater Ridge, as the locals call it, has always had a reputation. The indigenous people of the region had names for it that roughly translated to the place where shadows walk. Early settlers avoided it when possible, attributing the disappearance of livestock and occasionally people to mountain lions or bears. But even after the predator populations were decimated by hunting, the disappearances continued. The Forest Service doesn't officially acknowledge the statistical anomaly of Blackwater Ridge. On paper, it's just another beautiful stretch of wilderness, dense pine forest, dramatic elevation changes, and stunning vistas that attract hikers and nature photographers from across the country. But rangers talk, we compare notes. We know which areas see more search and rescue operations than others. Dave Groves knew the stories, Michael said. He'd done research on local folklore for one of his classes. His wife told us he was specifically interested in the ridge's history, said he was collecting material for a book he wanted to write someday. The search operation had begun at 6 a.m. on a Tuesday in early October 2003. The team consisted of 6 Forest Service rangers, 4 volunteer search and rescue personnel, and 2 tracking dogs. The weather was clear but cold, with frost coating the ground until mid-morning. "We did everything by the book," Michael emphasized, his finger tapping against his coffee mug. "Grid patterns, probability mapping based on his last known location and intended route. The dogs picked up his scent initially but lost it about 4 miles in, near Crow Creek. Crow Creek is one of several waterways that cut through Blackwater Ridge, carving deep ravines into the landscape. In the fall, when the water is low, hikers sometimes follow the creek beds as natural trails. It's dangerous. Flash floods can occur with little warning, but it's a common enough practice that the search team considered it a likely route." His phone last pinged a tower at 2:13 p.m. on Sunday, Michael continued. After that, nothing. His wife received a text from him around noon saying he'd found an interesting cave formation and was going to explore it briefly. He promised to be careful and said he'd be back at the car by sunset. The cave systems under Blackwater Ridge are largely unmapped. Spelunkers have attempted to chart them over the years, but the network is extensive and treacherous. Most of the known entrances are small, requiring you to squeeze through narrow openings that would deter all but the most determined explorers. "We checked the caves we knew about," Michael said. "Found nothing. No signs of recent human activity. no equipment, no disturbances in the dust or mud that would indicate someone had passed through. By the end of the first day, they had covered the most probable areas without success. The team regrouped at the command post, where Groves' wife Linda waited with their 2 teenage children. Michael described the hollow look in their eyes, the way hope battled with fear as the sun began to set. "The hardest part of search and rescue isn't the physical demands," Michael said quietly. "It's looking into the eyes of a family and seeing them cling to your every word, watching them try to read your expression for any hint of what you're really thinking." The second day brought in additional resources: a helicopter for aerial sweeps, more volunteers, even a team specializing in technical rescue in case Groves had fallen into a ravine or become trapped in a cave. They widened the search area, focusing on less likely but still possible scenarios: that he had become disoriented and wandered far off his intended path, that he had been injured and sought shelter in an area difficult to spot from above. The dogs were agitated, Michael recalled, not just focused or excited like they get when they're on a strong scent. They were anxious, whining, reluctant to enter certain areas. One of the handlers, Guy, who'd been working with search dogs for 20 years, said he'd never seen that behavior before. By midday, they had found one of Groves' water bottles along the main trail, about 3 miles from the trailhead. It was empty, with no signs of damage, just set neatly on a rock, as if he had deliberately left it behind. There were no footprints nearby. The ground was too hard, too covered with pine needles to hold impressions. "It was strange," Michael said. "If he was in trouble, why leave a water bottle? If he wasn't in trouble, why leave any equipment at all?" The discovery energized the search briefly, but as the hours passed with no further signs, the mood grew tense. The helicopter had to return to base due to approaching bad weather, and dark clouds gathered on the horizon. The team pushed on, knowing that the coming rain would make their task exponentially more difficult. "We stayed out until it was too dark to continue safely," Michael said. "Some wanted to keep going with flashlights, but that's how you end up with more missing persons. The terrain out there is treacherous enough in daylight." The rain came overnight, a steady downpour that turned the forest floor into a muddy obstacle course. It washed away any tracks that might have remained, reduced visibility, and dampened spirits. The temperature dropped further, raising concerns about hypothermia. If Groves was still alive, he would be facing increasingly dangerous conditions. Linda Groves remained at the command post, occasionally stepping outside to stare into the forest as if through sheer will she could part the trees and reveal her husband's location. The children had been sent to stay with relatives, spared the hourly roller coaster of hope and disappointment. "She told us more about him," Michael said. "How he'd always been fascinated by the unexplained, how he'd collect local legends from his students' families. She mentioned that in the weeks before his hike, he'd been different, excited about something he'd discovered in his research, but secretive too, staying up late, making calls she couldn't overhear. On the third day, they found his backpack. It was partially hidden under a fallen log, about a mile off the main trail, in a direction that made little sense given his stated destination. The contents were intact: additional water, energy bars, a first aid kit, spare socks. His camera was missing, as was his journal, items his wife confirmed he would have carried. "The backpack was the first thing that really disturbed me," Michael admitted. "It was deliberately hidden, not dropped in haste or lost in a fall, but carefully tucked away where it wouldn't be immediately visible." They searched the area thoroughly, forming a tight grid and examining every inch of ground. Nothing. No footprints despite the softer terrain. No broken branches. No signs of struggle. Just the backpack, methodically stowed as if its owner intended to return for it. The radio crackled to life in the late afternoon. Another team had found a single hiking boot about 2 miles from the backpack in the direction of Crow Creek. Like the backpack, it seemed deliberately placed, standing upright on a flat rock, laces neatly tied. "That's when I knew something was very wrong," Michael said. "People who are lost or injured don't leave breadcrumb trails like that. They don't arrange their belongings like some kind of sick scavenger hunt." The search teams converged on the area where the boot was found, combing outward in all directions. The rain had stopped, but a thick mist clung to the forest, reducing visibility and adding an ethereal quality to the landscape. Calls of "Dave Groves" echoed through the trees, met only by the occasional cry of a distant bird. As daylight began to fade, the decision was made to continue for another hour before returning to base. Michael and two other rangers pressed deeper into a section of old-growth forest that bordered the creek. The trees were massive here, centuries old, with a canopy so dense that little undergrowth survived beneath. The forest floor was a carpet of moss and fallen needles, eerily silent without the usual crunch of twigs and leaves. "That's when we heard it," Michael said. "A sound like nothing I've ever heard before or since. Not quite a scream, not quite a laugh. Something in between, something wrong." They froze, looking at each other to confirm they had all heard it. The sound came again, from somewhere ahead and to their right. They called out, identifying themselves as search and rescue. No response, just another of those unsettling vocalizations, closer this time. "We should have called for backup," Michael said, shaking his head. "Protocol says you maintain position and wait for additional personnel when you detect a possible subject in distress. But we didn't. We followed the sound." The mist thickened as they moved toward the creek, visibility dropping to less than 20 feet. The ground began to slope downward, becoming rockier and more treacherous. They switched on their flashlights, though it wasn't fully dark yet, the beams creating more glare than illumination in the misty air. The sound led them to the edge of a small clearing beside the creek. Water gurgled over rocks, a normally soothing sound rendered ominous by the circumstances. Their flashlights swept the area, catching nothing but swirling mist and the dark shapes of trees. "And then I saw them," Michael whispered. "Two black eyes, reflecting nothing, staring at us from across the clearing." Michael fell silent, staring out the window of the fire tower at the endless stretch of trees below us. I waited, knowing better than to rush him. Some stories need to find their own pace in the telling. "You ever feel watched in the forest, John?" he finally asked. "Not by anything you can see, just that prickling on the back of your neck, that certainty that something is there, observing you." I nodded. "Every ranger knows that feeling." "It was like that, but 100 times stronger," he continued. "Those eyes, they didn't just see us, they saw through us." The three rangers stood frozen at the edge of the clearing, their flashlight beams fixed on the figure across from them. At first, Michael could only make out those eyes and the vague outline of a human form crouched low to the ground. Then the figure moved, and the beams caught more detail. Naked skin covered in mud, and what looked like dried blood, matted hair, hands curled into claw-like shapes. "Dave Groves," one of the rangers called out, voice steady despite the circumstances. "We're with Forest Service Search and Rescue. We're here to help you." The figure's head tilted, an unnervingly animal-like gesture. Then it opened its mouth, revealing teeth stained dark with what they would later discover was animal blood. The sound that emerged wasn't words, wasn't even human, a low, rattling growl that seemed to resonate from somewhere deeper than just a throat. "I've encountered people in various states of exposure and shock," Michael said. "I've seen hypothermia victims stripped naked despite freezing temperatures, seen dehydration make people hallucinate and become violent. But this was different. This was..." He struggled for words, then simply said, "Wrong, fundamentally wrong." The team leader, Rodriguez, tried again. "Mr. Groves, we need you to stay calm. We're going to approach slowly and help you." The figure Groves, though so transformed they could hardly reconcile him with the smiling family man from the photographs, remained crouched, those black eyes fixed on them. As Rodriguez took a step forward, Groves' body tensed visibly. "Wait," Michael cautioned, noticing something in the dirt before Groves. "He's eating something." Their flashlights revealed the half-consumed carcass of a rabbit, its fur and entrails spread across the ground. Groves had been tearing at it with his bare hands and teeth when they interrupted him. Rodriguez radioed for immediate backup and medical support, keeping his voice low and calm despite the grotesque scene before them. The third ranger, Tara, began slowly removing the emergency thermal blanket from her pack. "Dave," she said gently, "you must be very cold. I have something warm for you. Will you let me bring it to you?" For a moment it seemed to work. Groves' posture relaxed slightly, his head tilting again, as if considering her words. Tara took a tentative step forward, blanket extended. What happened next occurred so quickly that Michael would later struggle to piece together the sequence of events. Groves lunged, not away as they had feared, but directly toward them, moving with a speed that seemed impossible for someone in his condition. He targeted Tara, perhaps sensing she was physically the smallest of the three. His movement wasn't right, Michael recalled, visibly unsettled by the memory. Not like a person running or even charging, more like something else was controlling his body, puppeting it. Rodriguez intercepted Groves before he could reach Tara, tackling him to the ground. There was a struggle, violent, chaotic, punctuated by those inhuman vocalizations from Groves. Michael joined the fray, trying to restrain the man's arms while Rodriguez fought to control his legs. He was unnaturally strong, Michael said, unconsciously rubbing his forearm where a series of small scars formed a crescent pattern. And he was trying to bite us, to claw at us, not fighting to escape, but fighting to hurt. It took all three of them to finally subdue him, Rodriguez's weight pinning his torso while Michael and Tara secured his limbs. Even restrained, he continued to struggle, spitting and snapping his teeth at them. Up close, the blackness of his eyes was even more disturbing. Not just dilated pupils, but a complete absence of iris or sclera, as if the eyes had been replaced with pools of ink. The radio was going crazy, Michael said. Everyone demanding updates, wanting to know if we really had found Groves, if he was alive. Rodriguez just kept saying medical, we need medical now, over and over. It took nearly 40 minutes for the medical team to reach their location. 40 minutes of holding down a man who never stopped fighting, whose strength didn't seem to flag despite his obvious malnourishment and exposure. They had to secure his hands with zip ties after he managed to rake his nails across Tara's face, leaving deep scratches that would later require stitches. When the medical team arrived, their initial assessment was confusion. Groves' vital signs were wildly inconsistent with his physical state and behavior. His body temperature was nearly normal, despite being naked in near-freezing conditions. His pulse was slow and steady rather than racing. His breathing was controlled even as he continued to snarl and struggle. The medic who checked his eyes thought we were exaggerating at first, Michael said. Then he saw for himself. I heard him whisper, "What the fuck?" under his breath. Medical professionals don't usually react like that. They sedated Groves a stronger dose than would typically be used and secured him to a portable stretcher. Even sedated, his body continued to twitch and jerk sporadically. The evacuation was difficult, requiring them to carry the stretcher through rough terrain and darkness now barely held at bay by their flashlights. We had to stop twice on the way back, Michael said. The sedation wasn't working properly. He'd go quiet for 10-15 minutes, then suddenly start convulsing, fighting against the restraints. The second time, he managed to snap one of the zip ties. His wrist was raw, bleeding, but he didn't seem to feel it. When they finally reached the command post, Linda Groves was waiting. Michael's voice grew tight as he described her face when she saw what had become of her husband. She didn't cry, didn't scream, she just crumpled, like someone had cut whatever strings were holding her upright. He paused. She kept saying, "That's not him, that can't be him." But dental records would later confirm that it was indeed Dave Groves. Whatever had happened to him in those 4 days had transformed him almost beyond recognition, but physically it was the same man who had set out on a hiking trip the previous Sunday. The ambulance arrived shortly after they reached the command post. Groves was still alternating between periods of sedated calm and violent resistance. The paramedics, after consulting with the search and rescue medic, decided to administer a stronger sedative before transport. I watched them load him into the ambulance, Michael said. Just before they closed the doors, he went completely still. Then his head turned, slowly, deliberately, until he was looking directly at me. And he smiled, a horrible, knowing smile that had nothing of humanity in it. Michael fell silent again, longer this time. When he finally spoke, his voice had a different quality to it, as if he was choosing his words with extreme care. I've replayed that moment in my mind thousands of times over the years, he said, wondering if I imagined it, if the stress and exhaustion were making me see things that weren't there. But I know what I saw, and I know what I felt in that moment. What did you feel? I asked, unable to help myself. Recognition, he replied simply. Not from Groves, from whatever was looking out through his eyes. It knew me, John. It knew all of us, and it was amused. The ambulance departed for the regional hospital, lights flashing but sirens silent in the pre-dawn darkness. The search and rescue operation was officially over, but there was little sense of relief or accomplishment among the team. They had found Dave Groves alive, a miracle given the conditions, but no one felt like celebrating. Rodriguez tried to keep it professional in the debriefing, Michael said. Stuck to the facts, talked about exposure, possible hallucinogenic plants, extreme survival situations triggering psychosis, all the rational explanations. But rationality felt thin in the face of what they had witnessed. The team was subdued, everyone avoiding discussion of the black eyes, the impossible strength, the way Groves had survived conditions that should have killed him within the first night. Tara quit the service 3 weeks later, Michael added quietly. Never gave a reason, never talked about that night, just turned in her badge and moved away. I heard she went somewhere without forests, somewhere with wide open spaces where you can see for miles in every direction. The official report cited severe dehydration, hypothermia, and trauma-induced psychosis. It noted the unusual physical symptoms but attributed them to a combination of environmental factors and possible ingestion of toxic plants. Dave Groves was classified as a successful rescue, another statistic, another dot on the map of Blackwater Ridge. But we knew, Michael said. Everyone who was there that night knew we hadn't just found a man who'd been lost in the woods. We'd found something else, something wearing Dave Groves like a suit that didn't quite fit. The ambulance carrying Dave Groves arrived at Regional Memorial Hospital just as the first light of dawn was breaking over the mountains. The emergency department had been notified of his condition and had prepared as best they could based on the limited information provided by the search and rescue team. I didn't go to the hospital that day, Michael told me, pouring himself another cup of coffee. I went home, showered for nearly an hour trying to wash away the feeling of his hands on me, then slept for 14 hours straight, but Rodriguez went. He felt responsible, needed to see it through. Rodriguez's account shared with Michael later painted a disturbing picture of Groves' first days in medical care. The hospital staff had initially treated him as they would any severe wilderness exposure case, warming measures, IV fluids, careful monitoring of vital signs, but Groves defied standard medical expectations at every turn. His core temperature, which should have been dangerously low after nights in sub-freezing conditions without clothing, was only slightly below normal. His electrolyte levels, which should have been severely imbalanced after days without proper hydration, were nearly within normal ranges. Most baffling to the medical team, his stomach contained partially digested raw meat, but showed none of the expected inflammation or signs of bacterial infection such a diet should have caused. The attending physician told Rodriguez it was like Groves' body wasn't operating under the same rules as everyone else's, Michael said. Like his physiology had been rewired somehow. More disturbing than the medical anomalies was Groves' behavior. The initial sedation wore off by mid-morning, and he cycled between two distinct states. In one, he was catatonic, unresponsive to stimuli, staring vacantly at the ceiling or wall. In the other, he became violently aggressive, straining against his restraints with such force that they had to be reinforced, growling and snapping at anyone who came near. The eyes were the tell, Michael said. When he was catatonic, his eyes were normal, brown irises, white sclera, responsive to light, but when he turned violent, they would go black. Not gradually, not like a pupil dilating, all at once like someone had flipped a switch. The medical staff documented this phenomenon but could offer no explanation. Ophthalmological exams were attempted during his catatonic phases but revealed nothing unusual about the structure of his eyes. Blood tests showed elevated levels of stress hormones but no evidence of drugs or toxins that might explain his condition. On the second day, during a catatonic period, Groves spoke for the first time since his rescue. A nurse was checking his vital signs when he suddenly gripped her wrist, not violently, but with unsettling intensity. "It made me let it in," he whispered, his voice raw and cracked from disuse. "It knows where they live. It knows their names." The nurse asked who he was talking about, but he lapsed back into unresponsiveness. Hours later, during another moment of lucidity, he asked for his wife. Linda was brought in, accompanied by a hospital social worker and Rodriguez, who had returned to check on Groves' condition. Rodriguez said it was the most heart-wrenching thing he'd ever witnessed, Michael told me. Linda sat beside the bed, trying to reach her husband through whatever fog had enveloped him. For a while it seemed to work. Groves recognized her, called her by name, even managed to ask about their children. Then, mid-sentence, his demeanor changed. His body stiffened, his face contorted, and his eyes transformed to that unnatural blackness. He lunged toward Linda, the restraints barely holding him back, and spoke in a voice Rodriguez described as layered, like multiple people speaking in unison. He told her things no one else could know, Michael said quietly. Secret things from their marriage, from her childhood. Then he started reciting their home address, their children's daily schedules, details about relatives who lived hundreds of miles away. Linda had to be escorted from the room, collapsed in the hallway, hysterical with fear and grief. Groves continued his violent episode for nearly an hour afterward, eventually requiring additional sedation. The hospital staff, increasingly disturbed by his case, requested a psychiatric consultation. The psychiatrist who evaluated Groves found him in one of his catatonic states. His initial assessment suggested a severe dissociative disorder, possibly triggered by the trauma of being lost in the wilderness. He recommended a regimen of antipsychotic medication and further observation. But the medications didn't work, Michael said, not the way they should have. The violent episodes continued, becoming more frequent and more intense, and he began to speak more during them, saying things that made the staff uncomfortable enough that they started rotating assignments so no one had to spend too much time with him. On the fourth day of his hospitalization, during what had started as a routine check of his vital signs, Groves experienced another transformation. As his eyes blackened, he grabbed the nurse's arm and bit down, tearing through skin and muscle before security could respond. The nurse required surgery and eventually left the medical profession entirely. After that incident, Groves was kept under constant observation, with security personnel present at all times. Additional restraints were added, and his jaw was temporarily immobilized to prevent further biting attacks. The hospital administration considered transferring him to a psychiatric facility, but his physical condition remained too unstable. It was during this period that he began to speak more coherently during his episodes, Michael said, not ranting or growling, but articulating what had happened to him in the forest, or at least a version of it. According to Rodriguez, who continued to visit regularly and document Groves' statements, the story emerged in fragments, often contradictory but with certain consistent elements. Groves claimed he had been hiking as planned when he discovered a small cave entrance not marked on any map. Curious, he had squeezed through the narrow opening, finding himself in a larger chamber. He said, "The air in the cave felt wrong," Michael continued, recounting Rodriguez's notes. Heavy, like it was pressing against his skin, and he wasn't alone in there. Something was waiting for him, something that had been waiting a very long time. Groves described sensing rather than seeing a presence, a consciousness that communicated directly into his mind. It offered him knowledge, power, experiences beyond human understanding. All it wanted in return was to be carried out of the cave, to experience the world through him. In his more lucid moments, Groves would weep, saying he thought it was a hallucination, a dream. He said yes, thinking nothing would happen. Michael's voice had dropped to barely above a whisper. Then he felt it enter him, like ice water flowing into every part of his body. He tried to fight it, tried to take back his consent, but it was already inside. The entity, as Groves referred to it, had taken control, discarding his equipment, removing his clothing, forcing him to survive as an animal would. It had only allowed him partial awareness, bringing him to the surface of his own consciousness periodically to witness what his body was doing. He described the sensation as being locked in a basement while someone else lived in his house. Most disturbing were Groves' claims about the entity's knowledge. It had access to all his memories, could see through the connections in his mind to know intimate details about everyone he loved. It threatened to harm his family if he fought too hard for control, describing in graphic detail what it would make his body do to them. Rodriguez said the doctors all thought it was elaborate delusion, Michael said, a mind creating a narrative to explain a psychotic break. But they couldn't explain the physical anomalies, the impossible strength, the eyes. On the 10th day of his hospitalization, Groves experienced his longest period of lucidity. For nearly 6 hours, he remained calm, his eyes normal, speaking rationally with the doctors and with Linda, who had continued to visit despite her fear. He apologized for the things he had said and done, insisted that he was fighting to regain full control. He told Linda he loved her, Michael said, made her promise to take the kids and go stay with her sister in Colorado, said no matter what happened next, she shouldn't believe it was really him talking to her ever again. That night, a psychiatric resident reported a disturbing conversation with Groves. Believing him to be in a stable state, the resident had removed the restraint, immobilizing his jaw to allow him to eat. Groves had smiled, the first genuine smile since his rescue, and spoken clearly. "It's patient," he had said. "More patient than you can imagine. It waited in that cave for centuries. It can wait inside me until you all believe I'm better." The resident had asked what he meant, and Groves's expression changed subtly. "Not all of us come back from the woods," he had replied. "Sometimes something else comes back wearing our skin." Before the resident could respond, Groves had another violent episode, his eyes turning black as he lunged forward. The restraints held, but the force of his movement was enough to crack the frame of the hospital bed. It took 3 security officers to subdue him, and in the struggle, he dislocated his own shoulder without showing any sign of pain. After that incident, the hospital administration accelerated plans to transfer Groves to a secure psychiatric facility. The attending physician documented his case as acute psychosis with paranoid and dissociative features, accompanied by unexplained physiological anomalies. The notes indicated a poor prognosis and recommended long-term inpatient treatment. But they never got the chance to transfer him, Michael said. The next morning, something changed. Groves woke up completely calm. His eyes were normal. He spoke clearly and rationally, apologized for his behavior, attributed it to the trauma of being lost. The transformation was so complete that the medical team was suspicious, but all tests showed normal results. Groves explained his previous statements as hallucinations brought on by extreme stress and possibly by ingesting toxic plants while struggling to survive. He asked to see a priest, saying he needed spiritual guidance to process what had happened to him. Against their better judgment, but unable to justify continued restraints given his apparent recovery, the hospital staff arranged for a local Catholic priest to visit. Father Donovan arrived that afternoon, expecting to provide comfort to a traumatized man. Instead, according to his later statement, he encountered something that wore humanity like an ill-fitting costume. The priest refused to be alone with Groves, Michael said, wouldn't specify exactly what had happened, just insisted that he needed to leave immediately. On his way out, he told the nurse on duty to keep him restrained, keep him sedated, and call someone who specializes in the old rites. But the hospital, bound by medical protocols rather than spiritual concerns, continued to observe Groves' apparently stable condition. For 3 more days, he remained calm, rational, and consistent in his interactions. The restraints were removed. Plans for psychiatric transfer were put on hold. Linda visited daily, though she honored his earlier request and stayed with their children at a hotel rather than returning home. On the 14th day of his hospitalization, Dave Groves was released under his wife's care, with outpatient psychiatric follow-up scheduled and a regimen of medication prescribed. The medical record noted dramatic improvement and resolution of psychotic features, though it recommended continued observation. Rodriguez was there when they discharged him, Michael said. He told me something that stayed with me all these years. He said as Groves was walking out, he turned back once and looked at the hospital staff. Just for a second, Rodriguez thought he saw his eyes flicker to black. Then Groves smiled and said, "Thank you for your help. I'm feeling much more like myself now." The fire tower grew cold as night settled fully over the forest. I added wood to the small stove, the crackling flames casting long shadows across the walls. Michael sat with his hands wrapped around his coffee mug, though the contents had long since gone cold. "You'd think that would be the end of the story," he said after a long silence. "Man gets lost in the woods, has a psychotic break, recovers with treatment, case closed, file it away, move on to the next crisis." But with Dave Groves, nothing was that simple. After his discharge from the hospital, Groves returned home with Linda. On the surface, they attempted to resume normal life. He took medical leave from his teaching position, attended his psychiatric appointments, took his medications. The official narrative was one of recovery, a traumatic experience gradually being processed and overcome. Rodriguez kept in touch with them, Michael continued. Not officially. The search and rescue part was over, but he felt connected to the case, responsible somehow. He'd check in every week or so, just a quick call to see how things were going. The first 2 weeks seemed promising. Groves was quiet but functional, spending most of his time in his study, claiming to be working on a journal of his experience as part of his therapy. Linda reported that he was sleeping normally, eating regularly, showing no signs of the bizarre behavior that had characterized his time in the hospital. But small discrepancies began to emerge. Rodriguez noticed that Linda sounded increasingly strained during their calls, offering reassurances that felt rehearsed. When he asked to speak directly to Groves, there was always an excuse. He was resting, he was out for a walk, he was meeting with his therapist. 3 weeks after his discharge, Rodriguez decided to visit in person. Michael said. He didn't call ahead, just drove to their house one afternoon, thinking he'd drop off some books Groves had expressed interest in during one of their hospital conversations. Linda answered the door, and Rodriguez immediately knew something was wrong. She had lost weight, dark circles shadowed her eyes, and she flinched at sudden movements. She invited him in but kept glancing nervously toward the hallway leading to the back of the house. Groves was in his study and emerged to greet Rodriguez with a warm smile and a firm handshake. He appeared healthy, had regained the weight lost during his ordeal, and spoke animatedly about his recovery process. But Rodriguez, with the instincts developed over decades in search and rescue, sensed the wrongness beneath the surface. He said Groves' movements were too smooth, Michael explained, too deliberate, like someone who's carefully thought about how a human body should move and is executing it perfectly, but without the natural hesitations and adjustments we all make unconsciously. The conversation remained pleasant but superficial. Groves deflected questions about his treatment, instead asking detailed questions about Rodriguez's family, names, ages, daily routines, questions that echoed too closely the disturbing knowledge the entity had displayed in the hospital. As Rodriguez was preparing to leave, he noticed a stack of maps on the dining room table, marked with highlighted routes through remote sections of the national forest. When he asked about them, Groves smoothly explained that he was planning a book about wilderness survival based on his experience. Rodriguez didn't believe him, Michael said, not for a second. But he also didn't know what to do. Groves hadn't done anything wrong, hadn't made any threats. Being weird isn't a crime. Having maps isn't suspicious for someone who spent their life hiking and teaching biology. Before leaving, Rodriguez managed a moment alone with Linda, asking directly if everything was okay. Her response, "He's getting better every day," was delivered with a frozen smile and eyes that silently pleaded for help. But when Rodriguez pressed, suggesting she and the children could stay with him if needed, she quickly backtracked, insisting everything was fine. He left his card with her, Michael said, told her to call anytime, day or night. She never did. A week later, Rodriguez received a call from the local police department. Dave Groves had gone to see Father Donovan, the priest who had visited him in the hospital, and something had happened during their meeting. The priest was unwilling to file charges, but had been shaken enough to contact the police with concerns about Groves' mental state. According to the officer who called Rodriguez, Groves had requested a private confession. During their conversation, he had begun speaking in what the priest described as multiple voices overlapping and had recited details of the priest's past that no one could possibly know. When Father Donovan attempted to perform a blessing, Groves had reacted violently, then fled the church. Rodriguez tried calling the Groves home, Michael continued. No answer. He drove there immediately, found the house empty. Neighbors said they'd seen Dave loading suitcases into the car that morning, with Linda and the kids already inside. They'd assumed the family was going on vacation. A missing persons report was filed, but with no evidence of foul play and witnesses reporting the family leaving together voluntarily, the police response was minimal. Rodriguez used his contacts to check hotels and motels in the surrounding counties, but found no trace of them. 3 days later, Linda's sister in Colorado called the police. Linda and the children had arrived at her home, distraught and exhausted from driving non-stop. According to Linda, Dave had insisted they needed a family vacation, had driven them halfway to Colorado, then pulled over at a rest stop and simply walked away into the darkness. When Linda tried to follow, he had turned to her with those terrible black eyes and told her to take the children and run, that he couldn't hold it back much longer. Search efforts focused on the area around the rest stop but found nothing. Linda filed for divorce in absentia, changed her name, and moved the children to a different state. Rodriguez attended the court hearing where Dave Groves was legally declared missing, listening as the judge acknowledged the unusual circumstances but followed the procedural requirements. And that should have been the end of it, Michael said. Another missing person, another set of files to be archived, another tragedy for the statistics. Except, 6 months after Grove's disappearance, a hiker went missing in the same area of Blackwater Ridge. The search and rescue operation found no trace of her for 3 days. On the 4th day, they discovered her backpack, carefully placed beside the trail. A mile away, they found one of her boots, standing upright on a rock. The hiker herself was never found. 3 months after that, a family of 4 disappeared while camping near Crow Creek. Their tent was found intact, meals half prepared, no signs of struggle. Search teams combed the area for a week before the operation was scaled back. On the final day, Michael was part of a team checking one last section of forest. "I found a child's stuffed animal sitting on a stump," he said, his voice hollow, like it had been placed there for us to find. And carved into the bark of the stump was a message: not all of us come back from the woods. In the years since, there have been other disappearances in Blackwater Ridge. Not many, perhaps 1 or 2 a year, but enough to establish a pattern. Sometimes the missing are found, disoriented but physically unharmed, with no memory of where they've been. Sometimes only their belongings are discovered, arranged in ways that cannot be accidental. Most often they vanish completely, leaving families to wonder and authorities to speculate. "Rodriguez retired 5 years ago," Michael said. "Moved to Arizona, desert country, no forests. He still calls me sometimes, usually late at night when he can't sleep. Asks if I've heard anything about Groves. I always tell him the same thing: nothing. He's still out there, or whatever's wearing his skin is." I sat in silence, absorbing the weight of Michael's story. Outside, the wind had picked up, branches scratching against the windows of the fire tower like fingernails seeking entrance. "You ever wonder what's really out there in the deep woods, John?" Michael finally asked. "What's waiting in the places between the trails, in the shadows we don't look at directly?" I didn't answer. I didn't need to. Every ranger wonders that at some point. "Dave Groves has been missing since 2003, Michael said, standing up and moving to the window. "Officially missing. But ask anyone who worked search and rescue in this area long enough, and they'll tell you. Sometimes, on the darkest nights, when they're deep in the back country, they hear something moving parallel to the trail. Not an animal, not quite a human." He pressed his palm against the cold glass, staring out at the darkness that surrounded us. "And sometimes, just for a moment, they catch a glimpse of eyes reflecting in their flashlight beams. Black eyes, eyes that know them, that have been watching them all along." Michael turned back to me, his expression unreadable. "I don't go into the deep woods alone anymore, John. Not since Groves, and I never ever enter caves, no matter how small or shallow they seem." He paused, "Because something's out there, something old and patient and hungry, and it's learning to wear us like clothes." The wind howled around the fire tower, and for a moment it sounded almost like words. I told myself it was just the wind, just the natural sounds of the forest at night. But I couldn't help glancing out the window, scanning the darkness between the trees, wondering what might be looking back. "My name is Jonathan. I've worked in the Forest Service now for roughly 17 years. This story isn't mine, but I carry it with me every day, every time I lace up my boots and head into the wilderness. And sometimes, when I'm alone on the trail and feel that prickling sensation on the back of my neck, I wonder, is it Dave Groves watching me from the shadows, or is it something else? Something that found him in a cave and decided it wanted more. Not all of us come back from the woods. Remember that. The next time you wander off the marked trail, remember that, and listen carefully to the silence between the trees. Because something else is listening too." The story I'm about to tell you is perhaps the strangest and most unsettling thing that's ever happened to me. Now that I have some years to think about it, I understand just how deeply it affected both my wife and me. Even today, when autumn arrives and the leaves begin their slow death dance from green to amber, I feel that familiar knot form in my stomach. It was around 10 years ago, give or take. The year was 2014, though the exact date escapes me now. My wife Andrea and I were avid hikers. We still are, though we're considerably more cautious these days. We'd been married for 12 years at that point, and hiking had become our shared passion, our way of escaping the mundane pressures of suburban life. Specifically, we loved to hike in the fall season. We live in the northern east coast of the United States, in a small town about 3 hours north of Boston, and the way the leaves transform during the weather change is truly remarkable. The forests become a tapestry of burnt orange, deep crimson, and golden yellow. Not to mention fall isn't too warm, so it makes the longer hikes much more bearable. We spent the first few weekends of that particular fall season hitting our usual local trails, the Pine Ridge Loop, the Sunset Valley Trail, places we knew like the backs of our hands. As October approached, we started to venture further from home and tackle more intense trails, the types of hikes that take an entire day to complete and leave your legs aching for days afterward. We'd invested in better equipment that year. New boots with enhanced ankle support, a GPS device though we rarely used it, and a first aid kit that Andrea insisted on upgrading after reading about a hiker who'd broken his leg 20 miles from the nearest road. On one specific October afternoon, I remember it was October 18th because Andrea had taken a personal day from her job at the hospital where she worked as a radiologic technologist. We decided to explore an area we'd heard about from other hikers at a local outdoor equipment store. It wasn't exactly an unmarked trail, but rather a section of old forest that connected two established trails. The area had been used decades ago by logging companies, and remnants of their old access roads still carved faint paths through the undergrowth. The morning started perfectly. We'd left our house at dawn, the sky still painted in shades of purple and pink. Andrea had packed our usual supplies the night before: energy bars, trail mix, 3 liters of water each, emergency blankets, flashlights, and her camera. She loved photographing the forest, had albums full of shots from our various expeditions. The drive to the trailhead took about 90 minutes, winding through increasingly rural roads until we reached a small gravel parking area that could hold maybe 4 or 5 cars. Ours was the only vehicle there. The first few hours of our hike were unremarkable in the best way. The forest was alive with the sounds of autumn, squirrels gathering their winter stores, birds calling to each other across the canopy, the satisfying crunch of dead leaves under our boots. The old logging road we followed was overgrown but still visible, a depression in the earth about 6 feet wide where decades of heavy machinery had compacted the soil so thoroughly that even now nature struggled to fully reclaim it. Around midday, after we'd been hiking for approximately 4 hours and covered what we estimated to be 8 or 9 miles, we decided to take a substantial break. We'd discovered a small clearing that seemed almost too perfect to be natural. It was roughly circular, perhaps 30 feet in diameter, with 2 large oak stumps positioned almost like furniture. The ground was surprisingly level, covered in a thick carpet of pine needles that made it feel soft underfoot. Shafts of sunlight penetrated the canopy above, creating columns of golden light filled with dancing dust motes. Andrea pulled out her camera and took several shots while I unpacked our lunch, sandwiches we'd made that morning, apples from our own backyard tree, and those protein bars that taste like cardboard but give you the energy to keep going. We sat on the stumps, which were weathered smooth by years of rain and snow, and enjoyed the profound quiet of the deep forest. No sounds of civilization reached us here, no distant highway noise, no airplane engines overhead, just the whisper of wind through branches and the occasional rustle of small animals in the underbrush. We had been sitting for perhaps 15 minutes, just enjoying the peace and discussing whether we should start heading back or push on for another hour, when we heard it. The noise came from beyond the wall of trees to our north, maybe 40 or 50 feet away. It wasn't the random rustling of wind or the purposeful movement of an animal foraging for food. This was rhythmic, deliberate, the sound of something moving back and forth, with an almost mechanical precision. Andrea and I exchanged glances. In these particular woods, black bears were common, and while they typically avoided humans, surprising one could be dangerous. We both stood slowly, quietly, Andrea's hand moving instinctively to the bear spray attached to her belt. The sound continued, and now we could hear other elements, a soft humming or murmuring, too irregular to be any animal vocalization I knew. "Should we go around?" I whispered to Andrea, but she was already shaking her head. Her curiosity had always been stronger than her caution, one of the things I both loved and worried about in equal measure. She pointed to a gap in the trees, a natural break in the foliage where we could potentially see what was making the noise without fully exposing ourselves. We moved forward slowly, placing each foot carefully to avoid snapping twigs or rustling leaves. The closer we got, the more distinct the sounds became. It was definitely a voice, human, female, but the words were incomprehensible, like someone speaking in tongues or perhaps suffering from severe delirium. My heart rate increased, and I could feel sweat beginning to form on my forehead despite the cool autumn air. Andrea reached the gap first and carefully pushed aside a low-hanging branch. I saw her entire body tense, her breath catching in her throat. When I looked over her shoulder, I understood why. In a small natural clearing, perhaps 20 feet in diameter, a young woman was moving in a way that defied easy description. She would take 3 quick steps to the left, pause, spin in a complete circle, then leap, actually leap, several feet to the right. Her movements were both graceful and deeply disturbing, like a ballet dancer performing to music only she could hear, music that followed no earthly rhythm. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with long blonde hair that might have been beautiful if it wasn't matted with leaves and small twigs. Her dress had once been white, that much was clear, but now it was stained with dirt and what looked like tree sap. The hem was torn in several places, and through the tears I could see scratches on her legs, some fresh enough to still be bleeding slightly. But it was her feet that made my stomach turn. They were completely bare, blackened with dirt and blood, yet she showed no sign of pain as she continued her frantic dance across the rough forest floor. Her face, when it turned in our direction, was both beautiful and terrifying. Her features were delicate, almost doll-like, with high cheekbones and large blue eyes. But those eyes, God, those eyes, they were completely unfocused, staring at everything and nothing simultaneously. Her lips moved constantly, forming words we couldn't understand, occasionally breaking into a smile that would have been lovely if it had reached her eyes, which remained blank as a corpse's. Andrea took a step forward, her medical training overriding her caution. The movement must have caught the woman's peripheral vision because she suddenly froze mid-leap, landing in a crouch that looked almost feral. Her head snapped in our direction, tilting at an angle that seemed slightly too far, like a bird examining something curious.
Miss, are you all right?
Andrea called out, her voice gentle but loud enough to carry across the clearing.
Do you need help?
The woman's reaction was immediate and shocking. Her lips pulled back from her teeth, which I noticed were perfect white, definitely cared for at some point in her life, and she released a sound that raised every hair on my body. It was a hiss, like a threatened cat, but coming from a human throat, it sounded wrong, blasphemous almost. Then, without any preparation, without even standing fully upright, she turned and ran. When I say she ran, I need you to understand that this wasn't normal human movement. She bounded through the underbrush like a deer, seeming to barely touch the ground between strides. Her bare feet, which should have been destroyed by the rocks and roots and thorns, carried her with impossible speed through terrain that had us struggling even with our hiking boots. Andrea immediately gave chase, her protective instincts fully engaged. "We can't just leave her," she shouted back at me as she plunged into the forest after the woman. I followed, though every instinct in my body was screaming at me to go the opposite direction. The chase was brief but terrifying. The woman moved through the trees as if she knew every root, every low branch, every hidden obstacle. She would occasionally look back, and when she did, that horrible smile would spread across her face, as if this was all a game to her. Once she actually laughed, a sound like breaking glass that echoed through the trees and made my skin crawl. Andrea is in excellent physical condition, but after less than 5 minutes, she had to stop, doubled over and gasping for breath. The woman had simply vanished into the deeper forest, leaving no trace except for a few drops of blood on some leaves, blood from her torn feet that she seemed completely unaware of. "What the hell was that?" I gasped when I finally caught up to my wife. Andrea just shook her head, still breathing hard. "She needs help. We have to call someone." We made our way back to the clearing where we'd first seen the woman, marking trees with Andrea's bright orange surveyor's tape so we could find the spot again. Then we hurried back to the main trail, Andrea practically running despite our 4-hour hike earlier. She had her cell phone out as soon as we got a signal, calling the Park Service. The ranger who answered sounded skeptical from the start. When Andrea described what we'd seen, a young woman in a white dress behaving erratically, possibly injured or in psychological distress, there was a long pause before he responded. "Ma'am, are you certain about what you saw? Sometimes the light in the forest can play tricks." "I'm a medical professional," Andrea interrupted, her voice sharp with frustration. I know what I saw. This woman needs help. The ranger grudgingly agreed to meet us at the parking area. It took him 45 minutes to arrive, during which time Andrea paced constantly, checking her phone for signal, muttering about response times and the woman's bare feet on the rough ground. Ranger Bradley Hoffman was a tall, weathered man in his 50s, who clearly thought we were wasting his time. He took notes while we described the encounter, but his expression remained skeptical. Nevertheless, he followed us back into the forest, complaining under his breath about hikers going off trail and probably seeing other hikers who were just having a weird day. When we reached the clearing, the orange tape made it easy to find. His demeanor changed slightly. He examined the ground carefully, noting the disturbed pine needles, the pattern of footprints. He followed the woman's trail for a short distance, then returned, his face troubled. These prints, he said slowly, they're unusual. The stride length doesn't match the foot size, and you're right about the blood. He held up a leaf with a dark stain on it. I'll call this in. We'll organize a search. The search lasted 3 days. They brought in dogs, volunteers from the local search and rescue team, even a helicopter that flew grid patterns over the forest. Andrea and I were interviewed multiple times, separately and together, by park services, local police, and even a state police detective who specialized in missing persons cases. They showed us photographs of recently missing women from a 3-state area. None of them matched our woman in white. They asked if we'd taken any photos. Andrea was angry at herself for freezing instead of documenting what we'd seen. They had us work with a sketch artist, though the resulting image looked too normal, too sane to capture what we'd actually witnessed. On the second day of the search, one of the dogs found something, a scrap of white fabric caught on a thorny bush about 2 miles from where we'd seen her. But the trail went cold after that. It was as if she'd simply vanished into the air. Detective Morrison, the state police investigator, told us privately that there had been other reports over the years, hikers seeing someone matching a similar description in various forests throughout the region. Never the same forest twice, always a young woman, always behaving in ways that suggested severe psychological distress or perhaps drug use. But here's the thing, he said, leaning forward conspiratorially. The first report was in 1987. The woman was described as being in her early 20s. The most recent report before yours was in 2012. The woman was described as being in her early 20s. You see the problem? Andrea gripped my hand tightly. That's impossible. The detective shrugged. Probably different women. Mental illness, drug abuse, maybe some kind of cult activity. We just don't know. But I'll tell you this, in all those reports over nearly 30 years, we've never found a body, never identified a missing person that matches, never found any real evidence except footprints and the occasional piece of fabric. It's been 10 years since that day in the forest, and Andrea and I still hike, though never in those particular woods again. We've told the story to close friends, some of whom believe us, others who think we encountered a drug addict or someone with severe mental illness having an episode. Those explanations would be comforting if they made sense. But they don't explain the inhuman way she moved, the impossible speed of her flight through the forest. They don't explain how her feet, torn and bleeding, carried her across terrain that would cripple a normal person. They don't explain the reports spanning decades of a woman who never ages, never gets found, never leaves any trace except terror in the hearts of those who encounter her. Andrea researched obsessively for months after the encounter. She found old newspaper articles about disappearances in those woods going back to the 1940s. Not many, but enough to establish a pattern. Young women, usually hiking alone, who simply vanished. Some were eventually found, dead from exposure or accidents, but others were never found at all. She also found references in colonial-era documents to indigenous peoples avoiding certain parts of the forest, places where they said the spirit of the woods had been corrupted, where it would steal the minds of young women and turn them into something else, something that belonged neither to civilization nor to nature. I don't believe in the supernatural. I'm a rational person, a software engineer who deals in logic and code, but I can't explain what we saw that day. I can't rationalize the woman in the white dress who moved like an animal and smiled like she knew secrets that would drive us mad if we learned them. Sometimes, on autumn nights when the wind howls through the trees, I dream about her. In my dreams, she's standing at the edge of our backyard, just where the forest begins. She's still wearing that white dress, still smiling that terrible empty smile. And she's waiting. For what? I don't know. And I hope I never find out. The only comfort I take is that we weren't her target. We were just witnesses to something that exists in the spaces between what we know and what we fear. Something that runs barefoot through the forests of New England, leaving only questions and horror in its wake. Andrea still keeps the orange surveyor's tape in her hiking pack, though we both know we'll never use it to mark that trail again. Some paths once found should never be retraced. Some mysteries are better left unsolved, and some women in white dresses should be allowed to dance their mad dance in the deep woods, far from the eyes of rational people who still need to sleep at night. The autumn of 2017 marked the beginning of something that would forever change how I viewed the wilderness. I was 17 then, caught in that peculiar space between childhood and adulthood, where adventure still called louder than caution. My parents had enrolled me in our school's outdoor education program, a 3-day camping expedition to Pine Ridge Mountain, about 4 hours north of our town. The morning of departure arrived crisp and clear. I remember standing in the school parking lot at 6 a.m., watching my breath form small clouds in the cold air while other students arrived with their overstuffed backpacks. My closest friends, Ryan, Jordan, and Miguel, had agreed to join after considerable persuasion. Ryan was the skeptic, constantly complaining about the lack of Wi-Fi, while Jordan saw it as an opportunity to impress some of the girls in our grade. Miguel, quiet and observant, went along because he trusted my judgment. Mrs. Henderson, our biology teacher and trip coordinator, checked names off her clipboard with military precision. Mr. Lawson, the gym teacher, loaded equipment into the school van while Miss Garcia, the youngest of our chaperones, tried to calm nervous parents. 15 students total, each carrying enough gear to survive what Mrs. Henderson dramatically called a communion with nature. The drive took us through progressively smaller towns until civilization gave way to dense forest. The trees grew thicker, taller, their branches creating a canopy that filtered the morning sun into dancing patches of gold. I pressed my face against the window, watching the landscape transform. Something about those woods felt different, older somehow, untouched by the modern world we were leaving behind. We reached the trailhead by noon and spent the next 5 hours hiking. The path wound upward through switchbacks that left even the athletes among us breathing hard. I found myself at the front of the group, setting a steady pace while helping others navigate the rougher sections. The forest seemed to close in around us as we climbed, the sounds of birds and rustling leaves creating a natural symphony that both calmed and unsettled me. Our campsite sat in a small clearing surrounded by towering pines. The teachers had chosen it well. Flat ground for tents, a nearby stream for water, and enough space between the trees to see the sky. We pitched our tents in a rough circle, with the teachers' tents forming a protective barrier on one side. Ryan, Jordan, Miguel, and I claimed a spot near the edge of the clearing, close enough to feel part of the group but far enough for privacy. As darkness fell, the temperature dropped dramatically. We gathered around the campfire Mrs. Henderson had built, roasting hot dogs and marshmallows while she told stories about the area's history. Indigenous tribes had considered these mountains sacred, she said, a place where the physical and spiritual worlds grew thin. Mr. Lawson scoffed at the mysticism, but I noticed how his eyes kept scanning the tree line. The rule about lights out at 10 p.m. seemed ridiculous to 4 teenage boys armed with handheld gaming devices. We'd brought our Nintendo DS systems specifically for this trip. The new Pokemon games had released just weeks earlier, and we'd planned to trade and battle all weekend. The soft glow from our screens illuminated the tent walls as we huddled together, trying to muffle our excitement when someone caught a rare Pokemon or won a particularly challenging battle. Mrs. Henderson's flashlight beam sweeping across our tent killed the mood instantly. Her stern whisper carried enough authority to make us power down immediately. "Boys, you need rest for tomorrow's hike. No more games tonight." We complied, but sleep came slowly. The forest at night was anything but quiet. Branches creaked, small animals scurried through the underbrush, and occasionally something larger would move just beyond our ability to identify it. Saturday's hike pushed us further up the mountain, following a trail that seemed to narrow with each mile. I noticed things the others missed: fresh scratches on tree bark at shoulder height, areas where the underbrush had been disturbed recently, the way certain sections of forest fell completely silent as we passed through. When I mentioned it to Miguel, he just shrugged, but I saw him checking over his shoulder more frequently after that. By evening, exhaustion should have guaranteed sleep, but Ryan had other ideas. As we sat in our tent after dinner, he proposed we sneak out after midnight. "Come on," he whispered, "when else are we going to get a chance like this? No parents, middle of nowhere, just us and our games." Jordan immediately agreed, always ready for anything that felt rebellious. Miguel looked uncertain, but wouldn't be the only one to refuse. I felt torn between my desire to follow rules and the need to maintain my friendship. The rational part of my brain understood the dangers: getting lost, encountering wildlife, facing serious consequences if caught. But 17-year-old logic won out. We weren't planning anything harmful, just moving far enough away to play without disturbing anyone. We feigned exhaustion after dinner, making a show of yawning and stretching before retreating to our tent earlier than usual. The waiting was agony. Every minute crawled by as we lay in our sleeping bags, fully dressed, listening to the camp settle into silence. By 11:30, the last conversations had died out. At midnight, Ryan gave the signal. We crept from our tent with practiced stealth, each step calculated to avoid twigs and dry leaves. The moon provided just enough light to navigate as we moved away from camp, following a deer trail Ryan had spotted earlier. About 200 yards out, we found a small grove with several fallen trees that formed natural benches, perfect for our purposes. The forest at night felt like a different world entirely. Shadows moved independently of the wind, and every sound seemed amplified. But once we powered on our games, that familiar electronic glow created a bubble of normalcy. We kept our voices low, communicating mainly through gestures and expressions, as we traded Pokémon and battled. For 30 minutes, it was exactly what we'd hoped for: a secret adventure, a memory being forged. The rustling started gradually, so subtle we initially dismissed it as wind, but the pattern was wrong, too deliberate, too focused. We froze simultaneously, game still running but forgotten in our hands. The sound grew closer, branches snapping under weight that suggested something large. My mind raced through possibilities: bear, mountain lion, or worse, one of our teachers. What emerged from the darkness was far more unsettling than any animal or authority figure. The man appeared between two trees as if he'd materialized from shadow itself. Middle-aged, perhaps 45, with features that would have been unremarkable in any other context. His hair, dark with streaks of premature gray, was slicked back despite days of apparent wilderness exposure. His clothing, a business casual ensemble of khakis and a button-down shirt, seemed absurdly out of place, though dirt and wear suggested he'd been out here for some time. He moved with dreamlike deliberation, each step measured and purposeful. Without acknowledging our presence, without making eye contact, he lowered himself onto a log directly across from us, completing our circle. His gaze fixed on the ground between his feet, hands resting on his knees in perfect symmetry. The silence stretched beyond uncomfortable into something approaching surreal. We sat frozen, games still glowing in our hands, creating an eerie tableau in the darkness. The man remained perfectly still, so motionless I found myself watching for the rise and fall of his chest to confirm he was actually breathing. He was. Ryan tried to communicate with his eyes, jerking his head slightly toward the path back to camp. Jordan's hands shook so badly his DS nearly slipped from his grip. Miguel had gone completely rigid, his normally dark complexion somehow pale in the electronic light. I wanted to speak, to ask the man who he was, what he wanted, but my throat had constricted to the point where breathing was difficult, let alone talking. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours, before we reached an unspoken agreement. On a silent count of 3, marked only by barely perceptible nods, we stood in unison. The man rose with us, matching our movement with unsettling precision. He still hadn't looked up, hadn't acknowledged us directly, but his body mirrored ours like a reflection in disturbed water. That's when I noticed his feet. Despite the business casual attire above, he wore no shoes. His bare feet were cut, bleeding in places, caked with dirt and pine needles. How long had he been walking through these woods? Where had he come from? The questions spiraled through my mind as we began backing away slowly. The moment we turned to run, everything changed. The man's head snapped up, and I caught a glimpse of his eyes, vacant, unfocused, yet somehow tracking our movement. He began following us, not quite running, but moving with an unnatural gait that covered ground efficiently. His arms remained at his sides, never pumping for balance or speed, creating an impression of gliding rather than running. We crashed through the underbrush, abandoning any pretense of stealth. Branches tore at our clothes and skin, roots tried to trip us, but fear propelled us forward. I led the group, relying on instinct and moonlight to find the path. Behind us, the man maintained his steady pace, never gaining but never falling behind, like he was tethered to us by an invisible rope of fixed length. The worst part was the silence. He made no sound, no heavy breathing, no grunts of exertion. Even his footfalls seemed muffled despite the debris-covered forest floor. Only the occasional snap of a branch marked his presence, each one sending fresh adrenaline through my system. Ryan stumbled once, crying out, and Jordan helped him up without breaking stride. Miguel ran beside me, his breathing ragged but determined. The campsite lights appeared through the trees like salvation. We didn't slow until we reached our tent, diving inside and zipping it shut with trembling fingers. We lay there panting, straining to hear over our own heartbeats. No one pursued us into camp. No footsteps approached our tent. The man had simply vanished back into the forest as mysteriously as he'd appeared. We spent the remaining hours until dawn in a state of hypervigilance. Every sound outside our tent triggered fresh panic. Was that footstep or falling pine cone? Wind through branches or breathing? The normal forest sounds we'd grown accustomed to now seemed sinister, potentially masking the approach of our silent pursuer. We whispered theories to each other, trying to make sense of what we'd encountered. Ryan suggested a homeless person, someone who'd gotten lost hiking and gone slightly mad from isolation. Jordan thought maybe it was someone with mental health issues who'd wandered away from a facility. Miguel said nothing for a long time, then quietly suggested that some things didn't need explaining, they just needed avoiding. I couldn't stop thinking about those eyes, the way they'd looked through us rather than at us. The man's presence had felt wrong on a fundamental level, like encountering something that wore the shape of a human but lacked the essential spark that made someone truly human. The business clothes, the bare feet, the mechanical movements, every detail added to a picture that refused to form a coherent whole. As gray dawn light began filtering through the tent walls, we finally relaxed slightly. We could hear other campers beginning to stir, the normal sounds of a camp waking up. Mrs. Henderson's voice called out morning greetings. The ordinary world was reasserting itself, making the night's events seem almost dreamlike. Almost. We emerged from our tent looking haggard, which the teachers attributed to excitement and poor sleep. During breakfast, I kept scanning the tree line, expecting to see that figure standing just inside the forest's edge, watching. But there was nothing, just trees and shadows and my own paranoid imagination. The hike out that afternoon felt like an escape from a prison we'd voluntarily entered. Every step away from that place lightened the weight on my chest. We stayed close together, never straying from the group, jumping at unexpected movements in our peripheral vision. The other students noticed our subdued mood, but attributed it to exhaustion. During the van ride home, we held a whispered conference in the back seats. Should we tell someone? The debate was brief but intense. Telling meant admitting we'd broken rules, potentially facing suspension from school activities. Worse, would anyone believe us? A strange man in business clothes wandering the forest barefoot. It sounded like something from a bad horror movie. We decided on silence, a pact sealed by mutual fear and teenage logic. Years have passed since that night, but autumn always brings it back. I've researched the area extensively, looking for similar encounters, missing person reports, anything that might explain what we saw. I've found nothing concrete, just occasional whispers from other hikers about feeling watched, about finding unusual footprints, about the sensation that something in those woods isn't quite right. Ryan and I lost touch after college, but we ran into each other at a reunion recently. After a few drinks, he brought up that night. He still has nightmares sometimes, he said. Dreams where he's back in those woods playing his game and slowly becomes aware that someone is sitting across from him in the darkness. He wakes up just as the figure begins to stand. Jordan became a police officer, driven by a need to protect others from the unexplainable things that lurk at the edges of our ordered world. Miguel went into psychology, fascinated by the human mind's capacity for both rationality and complete breakdown. I became a writer, trying to capture in words the feeling of that night, the wrongness of it, the way it shattered my comfortable assumptions about the world. I've never been camping again. I know that seems extreme, but some boundaries, once crossed, can't be uncrossed. The wilderness lost its innocence for me that night. Now, when I look at a forest, I don't see adventure and natural beauty. I see dark spaces between trees where things that shouldn't exist might be waiting, patient and still for the next group of teenagers foolish enough to venture out after midnight. The logical part of my brain insists there's an explanation. The man was probably just a lost hiker, disoriented and harmless. His odd behavior could be attributed to exhaustion, dehydration, or mental illness. But logic fails to explain the feeling of absolute wrongness he emanated, the way he moved like someone puppeting a human body without quite understanding how it should work. Sometimes I wonder if he's still out there, wandering those trails in his dirty business clothes and bare feet, sitting down uninvited at campsites, following groups of kids through the darkness with that horrible gliding gait. I wonder what he wanted, what he was, and whether we were lucky to escape, or whether he simply wasn't hunting us at all, just drawn to our light like a moth to flame, operating on instincts we couldn't begin to understand. The one thing I know for certain is this: there are things in the deep woods that defy explanation, and sometimes the smartest thing you can do is run. We were children playing with toys in a place where childhood should never venture after dark. We learned that night that some games aren't worth playing, and some memories once made can never be forgotten. The emergency radio crackled to life at 11:47 p.m., jolting me from the Cherokee prayer I'd been quietly reciting by the dying embers of my campfire. 37 years walking these mountains, and I'd never heard dispatch sound that shaken. All units, we have a code red search and rescue in Sector 7. 3 hikers, including a 12-year-old girl, haven't returned from the Whispering Gorge Trail. Last contact was 18 hours ago. I grabbed the radio with hands that had seen too many rescues, too many recoveries. This is Ranger at De Havilland, Cherokee District. I'm closest to Sector 7, en route. My grandfather's voice echoed in my memory as I gathered my gear. A De Havilland. Your name means lives in the woods for a reason. The forest chose you as its guardian, but remember, there are places where even guardians should not tread. Whispering Gorge was one of those places. The trail began innocuously enough, winding through familiar stands of oak and hickory. But as I climbed deeper into the mountains, following the beam of my flashlight, the woods grew silent in a way that made my Cherokee blood run cold. No insects, no night birds. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. 3 miles in, I found their abandoned campsite. The tent was still pitched, but something had torn through the rain fly like tissue paper. Claw marks too large for a bear, too deep for a cougar. The sleeping bags were scattered, and personal items lay strewn across the forest floor, as if the occupants had fled in absolute terror. I knelt beside the cold fire pit, touching the ashes with my fingertips. My grandmother had taught me to read the forest signs, to listen to what the earth remembered. The ashes whispered of panic, of something ancient and angry disturbing the peace of this sacred place. A stick snapped in the darkness beyond my light's reach. I rose slowly, my hand moving instinctively to the survival knife at my belt. Hello. This is Park Ranger at De Havilland. If you can hear me, you're safe now. The silence stretched until I began to wonder if I'd imagined the sound. Then I heard it, a low rumbling growl that seemed to come from the earth itself. The hair on my arm stood up as the sound reverberated through the trees, too deep for any native predator, too intelligent for any wild animal. My radio hissed with static, then went dead. I'd grown up hearing the old stories from my grandmother, tales of Kekla Kudla, the wild man of the woods who walked between the world of spirits and the world of men. Some say he protects the forest, she would whisper by firelight. Others say he hunts those who disturb the ancient places. But those were just stories, weren't they? The growl came again, closer this time, and I caught a glimpse of something massive moving through the trees, a shadow among shadows, upright and purposeful. The scent hit me then, musk and decay, and something else. Something that made every instinct scream at me to run. Instead, I called out into the darkness, "I know you're there. I'm not here to harm you or your domain. I'm searching for 3 lost souls, a man, a woman, and a child. If you've seen them, if you know where they are, please. I'm Cherokee. I understand the old ways." The forest fell silent again, but I could feel eyes watching me. Ancient eyes that had seen the mountain before my people arrived, before any people arrived. Eyes that measured my worth and found me interesting. A child's scream echoed from somewhere deep in the gorge, high and terrified and heartbreakingly human. I grabbed my pack and ran toward the sound, my flashlight beam dancing wildly through the trees. Behind me, something large followed, its footsteps impossibly quiet for something of its size. The air grew thick with the smell of old growth and older secrets. As I descended into the gorge, the Cherokee prayer my grandmother taught me spilled from my lips. "Great Spirit, protect me as I walk in the footsteps of my ancestors. Let me be worthy of the trust placed in me." The child screamed again, and I realized with cold certainty that this was no ordinary rescue mission. I was entering the domain of something that had walked these mountains since time immemorial, and it had the 3 missing hikers. Whether it intended to harm them or protect them, I couldn't say. But I was about to find out. The gorge swallowed me like a mouth closing. Ancient limestone walls rose on either side, carved by millennia of water and wind into shapes that resembled sleeping giants. My flashlight beam seemed smaller here, consumed by the pressing darkness. The trail of broken branches and disturbed earth was easy to follow, even in the dim light. Whatever had taken the hikers wasn't trying to hide its passage. It wanted to be followed. The thought sent ice through my veins. Every few hundred yards I found evidence of their passage, a torn piece of fabric, a dropped water bottle, a child's hair tie caught on a thorny bush, but no blood. Whatever was leading them deeper into the mountains wasn't hurting them, yet. The path wound deeper into the gorge until I reached a place I'd never seen in 4 decades of patrolling these mountains. The walls opened into a natural amphitheater, surrounded by towering pines that seemed to lean inward, as if listening to secrets shared below. In the center of the clearing stood a structure that shouldn't exist, a crude shelter made of massive logs and stones, held together without nails or mortar. It looked ancient, like something from the old stories when the Cherokee believed the mountains were alive with spirits. Light flickered from within. I approached carefully, my hand on my knife. The structure was enormous, built for something much larger than a human. The doorway was nearly 8 feet tall, and the logs that formed the walls were trees that would have taken 4 men to lift. "Hello," I called softly. "This is Ranger Adehavi. I'm here to help." A voice answered from inside, weak, frightened, but wonderfully human. "Help us, please. It's been keeping us here." I ducked through the doorway and found them huddled in the far corner. A man in his 30s, a woman about the same age, and a girl who couldn't be more than 12. They were unharmed but terrified, their eyes wild with the kind of fear that comes from seeing something that shouldn't exist. "Are you hurt?" I asked, kneeling beside them. The man shook his head. "It brought us here. The thing, it's been bringing us food, water, but it won't let us leave. It just watches us." The woman grabbed my arm. "You have to get Emma out of here. Please, we don't matter, but Emma..." "Everyone matters," I said firmly. "We're all leaving together. Can you walk?" The girl, Emma, looked up at me with eyes that had seen too much. "He's not bad," she whispered. "He's just lonely. He's been alone for so long." Before I could ask what she meant, the air in the shelter changed. The temperature dropped, and the scent of musk and wilderness filled the space. A shadow fell across the doorway, and I turned to see something that made my rational mind struggle to process what I was seeing. It stood nearly 9 feet tall, covered in coarse dark hair that seemed to absorb light. Its face was a terrible mixture of human and animal, with intelligent eyes that held depths of sadness and rage. Its hands were massive, tipped with claws that could have torn through steel, but it held them carefully, as if afraid of their own power. The Kekla-Kudla, the wild man of the mountains, real, impossibly, terrifyingly real. The family pressed back against the wall, but I stood slowly, keeping my movements calm and deliberate. My grandmother's voice echoed in my memory. "Never show fear to the old ones. They can smell it like blood in the water." I am a Dehai, I said in Cherokee, then repeated it in English. I am keeper of these mountains, as you are keeper of the deep places. I mean no harm to you or yours. The creature tilted its massive head, studying me with eyes that seemed to look through me to my very soul. When it spoke, its voice was like wind through ancient trees, barely human but unmistakably intelligent. A de Havilland, tree liver, mountain walker. The words were thick, as if the creature had not spoken aloud in years. You came for the small ones. They have families who love them, I said carefully. People who are searching for them. Like I search, the creature said, and the pain in its voice was heartbreaking. Like I have searched for so long. Emma stepped forward, ignoring her parents' desperate whispers. He's the last one, she said to me. There used to be others, but now there's just him. He's so lonely he can't stand it anymore. The creature looked down at the girl with something like gratitude. The small one understands. The others? It gestured vaguely toward the entrance. They bring noise, metal, fire. They drive away the quiet places. I began to understand. This wasn't a kidnapping. This was a desperate attempt at connection from a being that had watched its world disappear, that had seen every member of its kind vanish into legend and myth. What do you need? I asked. The creature's eyes widened as if no one had ever asked it that question before. To not be alone, it whispered. To not be the last. Behind me, the family was silent, perhaps beginning to understand that they were witnessing something unprecedented, a conversation between two guardians of the mountain, separated by species but united in their duty to protect what remained wild in the world. But our fragile moment of understanding was shattered by the sound of helicopters approaching, their rotors beating like mechanical thunder through the night sky. The creature's eyes flashed with panic and rage. They come, it snarled. They come with guns and cages and death. The rescue teams had found us, and I realized with growing horror that they would see only a monster holding hostages, not a lonely guardian trying to protect the last wild places in a world gone mad with development and noise. The creature looked at me with an expression I'll never forget, hope and despair warring in its ancient eyes. Will you remember? It asked. When they tell their stories, will you remember the truth? I nodded, but I could already hear the shouting voices of the search team, the sound of heavy boots on stone. Time was running out. The helicopters circled overhead like mechanical vultures, their searchlights cutting through the darkness of the gorge. I could hear the rescue team rappelling down the limestone walls, their voices sharp with tension and adrenaline. Alpha Team, we have visual on the structure. Heat signatures show multiple people inside. Copy that. Bravo Team, secure the perimeter. If this thing is as dangerous as reported, we don't want it escaping. The creature I found, I couldn't think of it as it anymore, not after seeing the intelligence and pain in its eyes pressed itself against the back wall of the shelter. Despite its massive size, it seemed to shrink inward, like a wild animal cornered by hunters. They will kill me, it said simply, its voice barely above a whisper. They always kill what they do not understand. Emma broke free from her parents and ran to the creature, her small hand reaching up to touch its massive arm. Run, she said urgently. Please run. There are other places, other mountains. The creature looked down at her with something like wonder. You would help me? You didn't hurt us, she said simply. You took care of us. You're not the monster they think you are. The first flashlight beam swept through the doorway, followed immediately by the tactical team. Freeze, everyone down, now. I raised my hand, stepping between the guns and the creature. This is Ranger Adahi. The hostages are unharmed. Lower your weapons. Step away from the subject, sir. We have authorization to neutralize the threat. There is no threat, I said firmly, but even as the words left my mouth, I knew they wouldn't listen. They saw only what they expected to see, a monster that needed to be destroyed. The creature looked at me one last time, and I saw acceptance in its eyes. It had lived for centuries, possibly millennia, watching its world shrink and its kind disappear. It was tired of running, tired of hiding, tired of being alone. Remember, it said to me in Cherokee, the words heavy with finality. Then it moved. Despite its size, the creature was impossibly fast. It burst through the wall of the shelter as if it were made of paper, sending logs and stones flying. The tactical team opened fire, but their bullets struck only empty air as the creature vanished into the darkness of the gorge. Pursuit team, it's heading north toward the cliff face. Do not let it escape. But I knew they would never catch it. The creature had spent its entire existence evading detection, becoming a legend, a myth, a campfire story. It would disappear into the deep places where humans feared to tread, and the world would go on believing it was just another hoax, another tall tale. As the rescue team secured the area and prepared to evacuate the family, Emma looked back at me with eyes far too old for her 12 years. "Will you really remember?" she asked. "Always," I promised. 6 months later, I submitted my final report on the incident at Whispering Gorge. The official version spoke of 3 hikers who had become lost and disoriented, who had taken shelter in a natural cave formation and survived on rainwater and wild berries until rescue arrived. There was no mention of ancient guardians or creatures that lived between myth and reality. But late at night when I patrol the deep woods alone, I sometimes find offerings left on old stumps, fresh berries, clean water, small tokens of respect. And sometimes, just at the edge of my vision, I catch a glimpse of something large and watchful moving through the trees. The Cherokee believe that some stories are too important to die, even when the world stops believing in them. They say that as long as one person remembers, as long as one voice speaks the truth, the old ones will never truly disappear. I am that voice now. I am the keeper of a secret that the world isn't ready to hear. But someday, when the last wild places are gone, and the mountains have been carved into parking lots, someone will ask what we lost, and I will tell them about the guardian who watched over these woods for 1,000 years, who asked for nothing but understanding and died alone because we were too afraid to offer it. The Cherokee have a saying, "The land remembers everything." I pray that's true, because I may not always be here to remember for it. In the deep places of the mountains, something ancient and lonely continues its eternal vigil, waiting for a world that has forgotten how to listen to the old stories. But the stories endure, passed down through generations of those who understand that some truths are too important to let die. My name is Adehai, and I live in the woods. I am the guardian of secrets, the keeper of stories, and the bridge between the world that was and the world that is. And I remember. This happened to me on February 2nd, 1991. Back then I was still pretty green, working as a patrol officer in sleepy little Willowbrook, Tennessee. Population 3,847 according to the faded welcome sign that probably hadn't been updated since the Carter administration. A town so quiet, the biggest scandal in years was a dispute over Miss Ellie's award-winning pecan pie recipe at the county fair, with accusations of industrial espionage involving the Methodist Church Bake Sale Committee. I'd been on the force for just 8 months, fresh out of the police academy in Nashville, full of textbook knowledge but short on real experience. Chief Morrison had hired me partly because I was young and eager, but mostly because the pay was so low that experienced officers kept leaving for better opportunities in Knoxville or Chattanooga. Willowbrook Police Department consisted of exactly 4 officers, including the chief, operating out of a converted storefront that had once been Paulson's Hardware before Old Man Paulson retired to Florida. The town nestled in a valley surrounded by the foothills of the Great Smoky Mountains, connected to the outside world by a 2-lane highway that most travelers used as a shortcut between larger cities. Main Street featured the usual collection of small-town businesses, Murphy's General Store, the Dixie Diner where the coffee was always too strong and the pie too sweet, Garrett's Auto Repair, no relation despite what folks assumed, and the First Baptist Church where Reverend Hayes delivered fire and brimstone sermons to a congregation that grew smaller each winter as the elderly passed and the young moved away seeking opportunities. Most of my shifts involved routine patrols, writing the occasional speeding ticket, and responding to domestic disputes that usually resolved themselves by the time I arrived. The most excitement I'd seen was breaking up a fight at Murphy's when 2 hunters got into an argument over deer hunting territories. I'd started to wonder if I'd made a mistake leaving the city for this backwater assignment. Then came the disappearances, and everything changed. It started with old Mr. Thompson, a cantankerous widower who lived alone on a rambling property bordering the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Ezra Thompson was 73 years old, a retired railroad worker who'd bought 40 acres of mountain land back in the 60s with dreams of raising cattle. The cattle venture had failed, but Ezra had stayed, becoming something of a hermit. His nearest neighbor was Mrs. Kowalski, a widow who lived a quarter-mile down the mountain road, and she was the one who reported him missing. "Haven't seen hide nor hair of him in 3 weeks," she told Chief Morrison when she came into the station. "Usually see him checking his mailbox every other day, regular as clockwork. But the mail's been piling up, and his truck hasn't moved from the driveway." Chief Morrison and I drove out to Thompson's place on January 15th. The property was accessed by a gravel road that snaked through thick stands of oak and hickory, bare branches creating a skeletal canopy overhead. The house was a modest 2-story affair that had seen better days, with peeling white paint and a front porch that sagged under the weight of accumulated junk. Old appliances, rusted farm equipment, stacks of newspapers yellow with age. The front door was unlocked, which wasn't unusual in Willowbrook, where most folks still didn't see the need for security. Inside, the house had the stale smell of bachelor living, unwashed dishes in the sink, clothes draped over chairs, the lingering odor of cigarette smoke and canned soup, but there were no signs of struggle, no indication of foul play. Thompson's wallet was on the kitchen table beside his keys. His truck sat in the driveway with the keys in the ignition. "Probably just wandered off into the woods," Chief Morrison said, lighting one of his ever-present Marlboros. "Old-timers like Ezra sometimes get confused, lose track of where they are. Happens more than you'd think." We organized a search with volunteers from town and park rangers from the Smokies. For 3 days, teams combed the forest behind Thompson's property, following game trails and creek beds, calling his name until our voices were hoarse. We found nothing. No footprints, no torn clothing caught on branches, no indication that Ezra Thompson had ever set foot in those woods. The search was called off after a week. The official report listed Thompson as a missing person, probable cause listed as disorientation due to age-related confusion. The case file went into the inactive drawer, and life in Willowbrook returned to its usual quiet rhythm. Then, just last week, Jenny Carlisle disappeared. Jenny was 17, a junior at Willowbrook High School who worked afternoons at the Dixie Diner after classes. She was everything Ezra Thompson wasn't: young, vibrant, popular with her classmates, planning to attend the University of Tennessee in the fall to study nursing. Jenny had dreams of seeing the world beyond the mountain valleys, of building a life in places where things actually happened. On January 25th, Jenny finished her shift at the diner at 6 o'clock, same as always. She was scheduled to close up, which meant wiping down tables, washing the last of the dishes, and making sure the coffee pot was turned off. Marge Henley, the diner's owner, usually stayed to help with closing, but that evening she'd left early to drive her mother to a doctor's appointment in Knoxville. Jenny said she didn't mind closing alone. Marge told us later, tears streaming down her weathered face. She'd done it plenty of times before. Sweet girl, responsible as they come, always left everything spotless. Jenny's parents expected her home by 7:30. When she hadn't arrived by 8, her father Tom drove to the diner. The building was dark, doors locked, everything properly secured. Jenny's yellow Volkswagen Beetle was gone from the parking lot. Tom called the police, and I was the one who took the report. We found Jenny's car 2 days later, parked on a Forest Service road that branched off Highway 441, about 5 miles north of town. The vehicle was undamaged, keys still in the ignition, purse on the passenger seat containing her wallet, makeup, and $37 in cash. There was no note, no sign of mechanical trouble, no indication why Jenny had stopped on that isolated stretch of road. Search and rescue teams combed the woods for days. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation sent agents from Knoxville. Volunteers from 3 counties joined the effort, including tracker dogs that followed scent trails that seemed to vanish at the edge of the tree line. We found not a single trace of Jenny Carlisle, no footprints, no torn clothing, no personal belongings. It was as if she had simply evaporated. The community was shaken in a way I'd never seen. Parents started keeping their children indoors after dark. The few businesses that stayed open past sunset hired security guards from Gatlinburg. Rumors spread like wildfire through the coffee shops and church socials, talk of serial killers, drug dealers, even suggestions that something supernatural was stalking the mountains around Willowbrook. I wanted to dismiss it all as small-town hysteria, but there was an uneasiness settling over the community that I couldn't shake off. It was more than just concern about missing persons. There was something primal about the fear, something that touched the deepest part of the human brain, where ancient memories of being hunted still lingered. Folks were getting spooked, and honestly, so was I. During my patrols, I found myself checking my rearview mirror more often, paying closer attention to the shadows between the trees. The mountains that had once seemed like peaceful guardians now felt watchful, harboring secrets in their dark hollows and hidden valleys. I chalked it up to bad luck initially. Rural communities deal with missing persons more often than people realize. We get lost hikers who underestimate the dangers of the backcountry, teenagers who run away to the big city, elderly folks who wander off and succumb to the elements. The Great Smoky Mountains had claimed lives before heart attacks on steep trails, hypothermia during unexpected weather changes, the occasional bear encounter gone wrong. But 2 disappearances in less than a month was unprecedented for Willowbrook, and there was something about the way both people had vanished completely, without a trace, as if they had never existed at all, that gnawed at the edges of my consciousness like a persistent toothache. The mountains seemed different now, more ominous. When I drove the rural routes on my evening patrols, the forest pressed closer to the road than I remembered. The silence felt heavier, broken only by the occasional hoot of an owl or the rustle of something moving through the underbrush. Sometimes I caught myself holding my breath, listening for sounds I couldn't name, watching for movement in my peripheral vision. There was a prickling at the back of my neck that I couldn't quite shake off, a primitive warning system that had kept our ancestors alive when things with teeth and claws stalked them in the darkness. That feeling would prove prophetic, though I had no way of knowing it at the time. The third call would come soon enough, and with it the night that would change everything I thought I knew about the quiet little town of Willowbrook and the ancient secrets hidden in the shadow of the Smoky Mountains. I was working the night shift when the call came in, February 2nd, just past midnight. The station was quiet except for the static hiss of the radio and the occasional crackle from dispatch in Sevierville. Chief Morrison had gone home hours earlier, leaving me to handle whatever came up during the graveyard shift, which in Willowbrook usually meant nothing more exciting than checking on the businesses along Main Street and maybe writing a report about Miss Henderson's cat getting stuck in her neighbor's tree again. I'd been reviewing the files on Thompson and Jenny Carlisle, spreading the photos and witness statements across my desk like pieces of a puzzle that refused to come together. The fluorescent light buzzed overhead, casting harsh shadows that made the faces in the photographs look gaunt and haunted. Jenny's school photo showed a pretty girl with bright eyes and an optimistic smile. Thompson's driver's license photo revealed a grizzled face weathered by decades of mountain living, eyes that held the stubborn independence common to folks who chose solitude over society. The radio crackled to life, startling me from my brooding thoughts. Unit 3, we have a possible prowler at 247 Maple Ridge Road. Caller reports suspicious activity on her property. Are you available to respond? I recognized the address immediately, the Whitaker place, on the edge of town where the suburban development gave way to forest. Harold and Betty Whitaker were in their 60s, retired and generally kept to themselves. I'd been to their house once before, about 6 months ago, when a windstorm had knocked a tree across their driveway and they'd needed help getting it moved so Harold could get to his doctor's appointment. Unit 3 responding. I radioed back, already reaching for my keys and jacket. ETA approximately 15 minutes. The drive to Maple Ridge Road took me through the quiet streets of Willowbrook, past darkened houses where honest folks were tucked safely in their beds. A few street lights cast pools of yellow light on empty sidewalks, and my headlights illuminated the occasional cat slinking across the pavement on some nocturnal mission. The suburban section of town ended abruptly at a wooden sign that read, "Entering Great Smoky Mountains National Park, Protected Wildlife Area." Maple Ridge Road was a narrow, winding lane that climbed steadily into the foothills. During the day it offered spectacular views of the valley below, but at night it felt like a tunnel through hostile territory. Ancient oaks and hickories pressed close to the pavement, their bare branches creating a canopy that blocked out the stars. My headlights swept across their trunks as the road curved, creating a strobe effect that made shadows dance and shift. A thick fog had rolled in from the mountains, the kind of heavy mist that clung to everything and seemed to muffle sound. By the time I reached the Whitaker driveway, visibility had dropped to maybe 20 feet. I could barely make out the dim outline of their ranch-style house through the swirling gray curtain. I parked behind Harold's pickup truck and sat for a moment, letting my eyes adjust to the darkness beyond my headlights. The fog moved in lazy patterns, sometimes revealing glimpses of the house, sometimes obscuring it entirely. There was something unsettling about the way it seemed to shift and flow with purpose, as if it were alive. The silence was wrong. That was the first thing I noticed as I stepped out of the patrol car. It wasn't the peaceful quiet of a sleeping suburb, but rather the oppressive silence that falls over a forest when every living thing is holding its breath, waiting for danger to pass. No crickets chirped in the grass. No owls called from the trees. Even the ever-present rustle of small animals moving through the underbrush was absent. I approached the house cautiously, flashlight cutting through the swirling fog. The beam illuminated shifting wisps of mist, but little else. My footsteps on the gravel driveway seemed unnaturally loud, each crunch echoing off the surrounding trees. Harold Whitaker met me at the front door before I could knock, his shotgun clutched in hands that shook with either cold or fear. He was a big man, thick through the shoulders from years of construction work before retirement. But tonight he looked smaller somehow, diminished by whatever had driven him to arm himself in his own home. "Thank God you're here, Officer Garrett," he whispered, gesturing frantically toward the tree line behind his house. His voice carried the tight control of a man trying not to panic. "There's something out there, something that ain't natural." I followed his gaze toward the back of the property, where the manicured lawn gave way to dense forest. The fog was thicker there, creating a wall of gray that seemed to pulse and breathe in the night air. "What did you see, Mr. Whitaker?" I asked, keeping my voice calm and professional despite the growing unease in my gut. Betty Whitaker appeared in the doorway behind her husband, wrapped in a faded pink bathrobe, her gray hair disheveled from sleep. Her eyes were wide with terror, and she clutched at Harold's arm like a lifeline. "I heard noises," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Scratching sounds, like something with claws trying to get at the house. And the smell," she shuddered. "God help me. The smell was awful, like something dead and rotting." Harold nodded grimly. "Started about an hour ago. First just sounds moving around out back, then that stench rolled in with the fog. I got my gun and went to the back window, tried to see what was making all the racket." "And?" I prompted. His face went pale in the porch light. "Eyes," he said simply, "two eyes glowing in the dark, watching the house, too big to be a raccoon or possum, too high off the ground to be a dog. When I shined my flashlight toward them, they disappeared, but I could still feel something out there, waiting." I felt the familiar weight of responsibility settling on my shoulders. These were good people, honest folks who'd never caused trouble for anyone. If they said something was prowling around their property, then something was. The question was what, and whether it posed a real threat. "I want you both to stay inside and lock the doors," I instructed, moving past them toward the back of the house. "Keep your phone handy in case I need to call for backup." The backyard was larger than it had appeared from the front, stretching perhaps 50 yards before disappearing into the wall of forest. Harold had installed motion sensor lights along the edge of his property, but the fog was so thick that the beams seemed to be absorbed rather than reflected, creating an eerie twilight that was somehow worse than complete darkness. I swept my flashlight across the lawn, looking for tracks or other signs of disturbance. The beam revealed nothing but wet grass and the occasional garden ornament, a ceramic deer here, a decorative windmill there. But as I moved closer to the tree line, I caught the scent that Betty had mentioned. It hit me like a physical blow, so strong and foul that I had to fight back the urge to gag. The smell was death incarnate, not the clean death of something that had died naturally and been claimed by the forest, but the ripe, putrid stench of decay and corruption. It carried undertones of musk and something else, something wild and predatory that made every instinct scream at me to run. My flashlight beam snagged on something near the first line of trees, and I moved closer to investigate. What I found made my blood run cold. The remains of a deer lay twisted against the base of an old oak tree. But this wasn't the clean kill of a natural predator. The carcass had been torn apart with savage efficiency, ribs cracked open like kindling, flesh stripped from bone in ragged chunks. The head was missing entirely, and the remaining limbs were bent at impossible angles, as if whatever had killed the animal possessed strength far beyond anything that should exist in these mountains. Around the carcass, the ground was churned into mud, and in that mud I could see tracks. They were like nothing I'd ever encountered. Too large for a bear, too elongated for a mountain lion, with claw marks that gouged deep furrows in the earth. Each print was nearly 12 inches long, with what appeared to be 4 toes ending in talons that must have been razor sharp. A low growl rumbled from the darkness beyond my flashlight beam. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, vibrating through the fog like the voice of the mountains themselves. It was deep and guttural, but with an intelligence behind it that no animal should possess. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end, and every primitive instinct inherited from my ancestors began screaming warnings. I spun around, flashlight beam frantically searching the swirling mist. For a moment there was nothing but gray emptiness. Then, perhaps 20 feet away, 2 eyes reflected my light back at me, not the yellow gleam of a nocturnal animal, but something darker, more malevolent. They burned like coals in the fog, unblinking, measuring. "This is Officer Garrett with the Willowbrook Police," I called out, my voice cracking slightly despite my efforts to sound authoritative. "Identify yourself." The eyes didn't move, didn't blink. They simply watched, and in that gaze I felt the weight of something utterly alien studying me like a specimen. My hand moved instinctively to my service weapon, a .38 special that suddenly felt as inadequate as a toy pistol. Then it emerged from the fog. The creature that stepped into my flashlight beam was something from mankind's darkest nightmares made flesh. It stood easily 7 feet tall on powerful hind legs that ended in those terrible claws I'd seen in the mud. Its torso was gaunt and emaciated, ribs showing sharply against leathery skin the color of old bone. The arms were grotesquely elongated, hanging nearly to the ground, ending in hands that were more like talons designed for rending and tearing. But it was the head that would haunt my dreams for years to come. A horrific parody of a wolf's skull, elongated and distorted, with a jaw that had been stretched to accommodate row upon row of needle-sharp teeth. Those burning eyes sat deep in hollow sockets, regarding me with an intelligence that was utterly inhuman yet terrifyingly aware. It bared those terrible teeth in what might have been a grin, and the growl that emerged from its throat carried the promise of violence. Pure, unadulterated terror shot through my nervous system like electricity. Every rational thought fled, replaced by the singular imperative to survive. My service weapon was in my hand without conscious thought, and I squeezed off 3 rounds before the sound of the first shot had fully registered. The bullets struck center mass, and I saw them hit, saw the creature flinch and stagger backward. But instead of falling, it let out a roar of rage that shattered the unnatural silence and set every dog in the valley howling in response. Dark fluid too thick to be blood oozed from the wounds, but they seemed to have done little more than anger it. The thing lunged forward with speed that defied physics, covering 20 feet in what seemed like a single bound. I threw myself sideways, rolling across the wet grass as claws raked the air where I'd been standing. The creature's momentum carried it past me, and I scrambled to my feet, squeezing off 2 more shots as I backpedaled toward the house. One shot went wide, disappearing into the fog. The other caught the creature in the shoulder, spinning it around and buying me precious seconds. I could see the lights of the Whitaker house through the mist, could hear Harold shouting something from the back porch, but it seemed impossibly far away. The creature recovered its balance and came after me again, moving with the fluid grace of a natural predator. Its claws left deep furrows in the earth as it bounded across the lawn, and I could smell its rancid breath, could hear the wet sound of its breathing as it closed the distance between us. I made it perhaps halfway to the house before those terrible claws raked across my back, tearing through my uniform shirt and the flesh beneath like tissue paper. White-hot pain exploded through my nervous system, and I stumbled, nearly falling. The creature's weight crashed into me from behind, and we went down together in a tangle of limbs and claws and the overpowering stench of corruption. For a moment that lasted forever, I was certain I was going to die. The thing's claws were everywhere, slashing and tearing, and its jaws snapped inches from my face as I thrashed wildly beneath its weight. I could feel warm blood soaking through my shirt, could taste copper in my mouth, could see my own death reflected in those burning eyes. Then somehow, my desperate flailing connected. My elbow caught the creature across its elongated snout, and it reared back with a snarl of pain and surprise. The momentary respite was all I needed. I rolled away, came up running, and sprinted for the house with everything I had left. Behind me, the creature's roar of fury echoed across the valley. a sound that would make grown men wake up screaming from nightmares for years to come. I burst through the tree line separating the Whitaker's lawn from the forest proper, my lungs burning and the taste of copper strong in my mouth. Behind me, I could hear the creature crashing through the underbrush in pursuit, its guttural breathing and the snap of breaking branches growing closer with each passing second. The fog swirled around me like a living thing, sometimes parting to reveal the house's lights ahead, sometimes closing in to leave me blind and disoriented. The wounds on my back felt like lines of fire, and I could feel warm blood soaking through my uniform shirt. Each step sent fresh waves of pain shooting through my body, but terror drove me forward with strength I didn't know I possessed. The creature was gaining ground. I could sense it closing the distance, could almost feel its rancid breath on the back of my neck. Harold Whitaker stood on his back porch, shotgun raised, his face a mask of determination and fear. "Get down," he shouted, and I threw myself flat against the wet grass just as the boom of his 12-gauge split the night air. The buckshot caught the creature's center mass, and it stumbled backward with a howl of rage that seemed to shake the very foundations of the house. Dark fluid splattered across the lawn, but the thing remained upright, those terrible eyes now focused on this new threat. "Jesus Christ," Harold whispered, his voice barely audible over the ringing in my ears. "What in God's name is that thing?" I rolled over, bringing my .28 to bear, and put 2 more rounds into the creature's torso. The impact staggered it again, but it seemed more enraged than injured. Whatever this thing was, conventional weapons weren't going to stop it. The creature's head swiveled between Harold and me, as if calculating which target posed the greater threat. In that moment of hesitation, I could see its wounds more clearly. The bullets had definitely penetrated. There were ragged holes in its chest and shoulder, leaking that dark, viscous fluid that wasn't quite blood. But the injuries seemed to be closing, the torn flesh knitting itself back together with unnatural speed. "The house," I shouted to Harold. "Get inside." But it was too late. The creature had made its choice. It bounded toward the porch with that impossible speed, covering 30 feet in 2 leaps. Harold got off one more shot, the muzzle flash lighting up the fog like lightning, before the thing crashed into the wooden structure. The porch railing exploded into splinters, and Harold went down hard, his shotgun skittering across the deck. Betty's scream from inside the house cut through the night like a knife. I could see her silhouette in the kitchen window, hands pressed against the glass, watching in horror as her husband struggled to get back on his feet. The creature loomed over Harold, those massive claws raised to strike. Time seemed to slow as I watched that nightmare tableau, and I knew with crystal clarity that I was about to witness a good man's death. Unless I did something. Now. I charged across the lawn, emptying my revolver as I ran. The remaining 3 rounds struck the creature in rapid succession, spinning it away from Harold and toward me. Its roar of fury seemed to come from the very depths of hell, and when it turned those burning eyes in my direction, I saw something that chilled me to the bone. Intelligence. This wasn't just some mindless beast driven by hunger or territorial instincts. There was consciousness behind those eyes, a malevolent awareness that recognized me as more than just prey. It knew I was the one who had heard it, the one who had dared to stand against it, and it wanted me to suffer for that audacity. The creature stalked toward me across the ruined porch, moving with deliberate slowness now, savoring the moment. Its claws clicked against the wooden planks with each step, and dark fluid dripped from its wounds to stain the deck. I backed away, fumbling for the spare speed loader in my pocket, but my hands were shaking too badly to manage the delicate operation. "Officer Garrett," Harold's voice weak but determined, "catch." His spare shotgun came sliding across the deck toward me, and I dropped my empty revolver to scoop it up. The weapon was a beautiful old Remington 8070, well-maintained and loaded with what I hoped were high-powered shells. The creature paused, perhaps recognizing the new threat, or maybe just enjoying the fear it could smell radiating from me in waves. Its lips pulled back from those terrible teeth in what might have been a grin, and it made a sound that was almost like laughter, a wet gurgling noise that spoke of intelligence and malice and hunger all rolled into one. I raised the shotgun to my shoulder, trying to steady my aim despite the trembling in my hands. At this range, maybe 15 feet, I couldn't miss. But would it be enough to stop this thing? "Come on, you bastard." I whispered, surprised by the steadiness in my own voice. Let's dance. The creature's eyes narrowed, and it crouched low, preparing to spring. Its muscles bunched beneath that leathery hide, and I could see the terrible power coiled in its frame. When it moved, it would be too fast for me to react, too strong for me to resist. But before it could launch itself forward, Betty Whitaker's voice cut through the tension from inside the house. Harold, Harold, are you all right? The distraction lasted only a split second, but it was enough. The creature's head turned slightly toward the sound, and in that instant, I pulled the trigger. The shotgun bucked against my shoulder like a living thing, and the muzzle blast lit up the night in a strobe of orange flame. At 15 feet, the pattern was tight and devastating. The creature was lifted off its feet and hurled backward into the yard, dark fluid spraying in a wide arc. But still it wasn't finished. The thing rolled over and began to rise, moving slower now but still far from defeated. Half its face had been torn away by the buckshot, revealing bone and sinew beneath. But those eyes still burned with undiminished hatred. It opened what remained of its mouth and let out a sound that was part roar, part scream of rage. I worked the shotgun's action, chambering another shell, and fired again. This time the creature went down and stayed down, its body convulsing in the wet grass. Dark fluid pooled beneath it, and for a moment I dared to hope that the nightmare was finally over. Then I heard the sirens. Distant at first, but growing louder, the cavalry was finally arriving. The sound seemed to penetrate the creature's consciousness, and it raised its ruined head, listening. Then, with movements that should have been impossible for something so badly injured, it began to drag itself toward the tree line. "Oh, no, you don't," I muttered, advancing with the shotgun ready. But before I could fire again, the fog that had been hovering around the edges of the property suddenly surged forward like a living thing, swallowing the creature in its gray embrace. For a moment I could see its shape writhing in the mist, could hear the wet sounds of its labored breathing. Then both sight and sound faded, and when the fog thinned again moments later, the creature was gone. 2 patrol cars screeched into the Whitaker driveway, their headlights cutting through the mist like searchlights. Officers Thompson and Martinez piled out, weapons drawn, shouting questions I couldn't quite process through the ringing in my ears and the shock that was beginning to set in. "What's your status, Garrett?" Thompson called out as he approached the house. I looked down at the shotgun in my hands, then at the dark stains on the porch where the creature had bled, then at Harold Whitaker, who was struggling to sit up against the ruined railing. "Suspected prowler," I heard myself say, the lies coming automatically. Turned out to be a bear, large male, probably rabid. It attacked Mr. Whitaker and myself before retreating into the woods. Even as the words left my mouth, I knew how inadequate they were. A bear didn't explain the claw marks that were too large and too precise. A bear didn't explain the tracks I'd seen, or the way the creature had moved, or the intelligence I'd witnessed in those burning eyes. But what was the alternative? Tell them I'd just fought a monster straight out of humanity's darkest nightmares? Describe a creature that shouldn't exist, that defied everything science and reason told us was possible? The fog was thickening again, rolling in from the forest to obscure the evidence of what had really happened here. By morning, any tracks would be washed away by the heavy dew. The blood, if it was blood, would soak into the earth and disappear. All that would remain were the memories of 3 traumatized people, and a story so unbelievable that no one would ever accept it as truth. "Bear, huh?" Martinez said, playing his flashlight beam across the ruined porch. "Must have been a hell of a big one to do this kind of damage." "Biggest I've ever seen," I agreed, helping Harold to his feet. "We'll need to contact the Park Service, have them put out a warning. Things definitely dangerous." The lies came easier now, flowing like water to fill the spaces where truth was too terrible to speak. And as the other officers began securing the scene and tending to Harold's injuries, I found myself already beginning to doubt what I'd seen. Maybe it had been a bear, a large, aggressive male driven to violence by rabies or starvation. In the fog and darkness, with adrenaline and fear distorting my perceptions, maybe my mind had transformed a natural predator into something supernatural. But deep down, in the part of my soul that still remembered what it felt like to be prey, I knew better. The creature was still out there, somewhere in the vast wilderness of the Great Smoky Mountains. Wounded, perhaps, but far from defeated. And sooner or later, it would return. The question was whether I'd be ready for it when it did. The next 24 hours passed in a blur of reports, interviews, and the kind of bureaucratic machinery that grinds into motion whenever gunshots are fired and blood is shed. I spent most of February 3rd at the hospital in Sevierville, where doctors cleaned and stitched the claw marks on my back while asking questions I couldn't answer truthfully. "These wounds are unusual," Dr. Patricia Chen observed as she worked on the deepest gash. "The spacing between the punctures is inconsistent with black bear claws, and the depth suggests something with considerably more strength than what we typically see in wildlife attacks." I lay face down on the examination table, feeling each tug of the suture needle, trying to construct a plausible explanation. "Could have been a brown bear," I suggested. "They get bigger than the blacks, more aggressive too." Dr. Chen paused in her work. "Officer Garrett, there haven't been brown bears in Tennessee for over a century. They were hunted to extinction in this region before World War I. The silence stretched uncomfortably until I mumbled something about the attack happening too fast to get a good look at the animal. Dr. Chen finished her work without further comment, but I could feel her skepticism like a physical weight. Harold Whitaker was treated for cuts and bruises, a dislocated shoulder from his fall, and what the emergency room physicians diplomatically termed acute stress reaction. Betty hadn't been physically injured, but the hospital kept her overnight for observation after she suffered what appeared to be a panic attack severe enough to require sedation. Chief Morrison arrived at the hospital around noon, his weathered face grave as he reviewed the initial incident reports. We found a quiet conference room where he could debrief me away from curious ears. "Hell of a thing," he said, settling his bulk into a plastic chair that creaked ominously under his weight. "Bear attacks are rare enough in these parts, but one this aggressive," he shook his head. "Park Service is all in an uproar. They're sending a team out this afternoon to track the animal." I shifted uncomfortably in my chair, feeling the pull of stitches across my back. "Any word on the Whitakers?" "Harold's going to be fine. Tough old bird. Probably tougher than either of us." Morrison lit one of his ever-present cigarettes, ignoring the hospital's no-smoking policy. "Betty's having a harder time with it. Keeps talking about eyes in the fog, strange smells, sounds that bears don't make." My chest tightened. Shock can do funny things to people's perceptions. That's what the doctors say. Morrison studied me through a haze of cigarette smoke. "Thing is, some of the details in your report are raising eyebrows. Bullet wounds on an animal that supposedly ran off into the woods. Damage to the Whitaker property that looks more like something exploded than anything a bear could do." I'd known this moment would come, had been dreading it since the first responding officers arrived at the scene. The lie I'd told in the immediate aftermath of the attack had bought me time, but now that time was running out. "It was dark," I said carefully. "Fog was thick as pea soup. Everything happened fast." Morrison nodded slowly, but his eyes remained sharp and calculating. "TBI boys are taking an interest. Agent Sarah Walsh called this morning, wants to review the case files. Seems 3 missing persons and a wildlife attack in the same area within a month has got their attention. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation." My heart sank. State-level investigators would bring resources and expertise that our small department couldn't match. They'd have forensic specialists, crime scene analysts, access to databases and laboratories that could piece together evidence I hoped would stay buried. "We cooperating fully?" I asked. "Course we are. Got nothing to hide." Morrison's tone suggested he wasn't entirely sure about that, but I want you to walk me through it again, Garrett. Every detail you can remember. Something's not adding up, and I need to know what before the state boys start asking harder questions. So I told him the story again, sticking as close to the truth as I dared while omitting the details that would have gotten me transferred to the psychiatric ward. I described a large, aggressive bear that attacked without provocation. I explained the extensive damage as the result of the animal's size and apparent rabies infection. I characterized my defensive shooting as necessary to protect civilian lives. Morrison listened without interruption, occasionally making notes in a leather-bound notebook that had seen better decades. When I finished, he stubbed out his cigarette and was quiet for a long moment. "You know what bothers me most about this whole situation," he finally said. "It's not the bear attack itself. Mountain folk deal with dangerous wildlife all the time. It's not even the missing persons, though that's troubling enough." "What then?" "It's the feeling that something's watching us," Morrison said quietly. Last few weeks I've had this itch between my shoulder blades, like something's got crosshairs painted on my back. Other officers mention it too when they think I'm not listening. Hell, even the civilians are spooked. Gun sales at Murphy's have tripled. Folks are keeping their kids indoors after dark. I knew exactly what he meant. The same primitive warning system that had saved my life the night before was still active, still sending alarm signals through my nervous system. Even here in the hospital, surrounded by the mundane bustle of modern medicine, I found myself checking exit routes and watching shadows. Could just be nerves, I suggested. Small communities can work themselves into a panic pretty easily. Morrison gave me a look that suggested he wasn't buying what I was selling. Maybe, but I've been doing this job for 27 years, Garrett. Seen plenty of situations where folks got spooked over nothing. This feels different. Before I could respond, there was a knock at the conference room door. A woman in a crisp business suit entered without waiting for permission. Mid-30s, auburn hair pulled back in a severe bun, eyes that missed nothing. "Chief Morrison, I'm Agent Sarah Walsh, TBI. She flashed a badge and identification in a practiced motion. "And you must be Officer Garrett. I'd like to speak with both of you about last night's incident." The next 2 hours were the longest of my life. Agent Walsh was thorough, professional, and relentless. She went through my statement line by line, asking for clarification on details I'd hoped would be overlooked, requesting specifics about timing and positioning that required me to construct an increasingly elaborate framework of lies. She was particularly interested in the ballistics evidence. According to the responding officers, they recovered 6 spent shell casings from your service weapon, Walsh said, consulting a manila folder thick with reports and photographs. "That suggests you fired your entire cylinder. Can you walk me through each shot?" I described a running gun battle with an aggressive bear, explaining how fear and poor visibility had caused me to fire more rounds than were probably necessary. Walsh listened without expression, making occasional notes. "The hospital also treated you for what appear to be claw marks," she continued. "Dr. Chen's report indicates the wounds are unusual. The spacing and depth don't match known bear attack patterns." "I'm not an expert on bear attacks," I said. "Just knew something was trying to kill me." Walsh nodded thoughtfully. "The Park Service team found some interesting evidence at the scene this morning. Animal tracks that don't quite match any known species, blood samples that are anomalous, and this." She produced a clear evidence bag containing what looked like a fragment of bone or horn, about 3 inches long, curved and yellowed with age. It had been broken off from something larger, and one end was stained with that dark fluid I remembered seeing leak from the creature's wounds. "Any idea what this might be?" Walsh asked. I studied the fragment, fighting to keep my expression neutral despite the chill that ran down my spine. Even through the plastic bag, the thing seemed to radiate a sense of wrongness, as if it came from something that had no business existing in our world. "Could be an antler fragment," I suggested. "Maybe the bear was feeding on a deer carcass when I interrupted it." "Possibly." Walsh returned the evidence bag to her folder. "Though our wildlife experts are having trouble identifying the species, the bone density is wrong for deer, elk, or any other ungulate native to this region." Chief Morrison had been largely silent during the interview, but now he leaned forward in his chair. "Agent Walsh, what exactly are you suggesting? That we're dealing with something other than a wildlife attack?" Walsh's smile was professionally neutral. "I'm not suggesting anything, Chief, just gathering facts. But I will say this, in 15 years with the Bureau, I've learned that when evidence doesn't fit expected patterns, it's usually because we're not asking the right questions." She closed her folder and stood, extending business cards to both of us. "I'll be staying in the area for the next few days following up on the missing persons cases. If either of you remember any additional details about last night, please contact me immediately." After she left, Morrison and I sat in uncomfortable silence for several minutes. Finally, he spoke. "She doesn't believe the bear story." "No," I agreed, "she doesn't. Question is, what does she think really happened?" I didn't have an answer for that, but I had a feeling we were going to find out soon enough. The official report listed the incident as a wildlife attack, probable rabies infection in a large male black bear. The Park Service issued warnings about dangerous animals in the area and temporarily closed several hiking trails. Harold and Betty Whitaker were treated and released, with follow-up counseling recommended for trauma-related stress. But the real story, the truth that I carried like a lead weight in my chest, remained buried beneath layers of official explanations and bureaucratic language. 3 people knew what had really happened in the fog that night, and we'd all agreed, without ever discussing it explicitly, that some truths were too dangerous to speak aloud. The creature was still out there, wounded perhaps, but far from dead. And as the days passed and life in Willowbrook slowly returned to its normal rhythm, I found myself watching the tree line during my patrols, waiting for the moment when those burning eyes would appear again in the darkness. Because deep down, I knew this wasn't over. It was just the beginning. 6 months have passed since that night at the Whitaker place, and Willowbrook has settled back into its usual quiet rhythm. The missing persons cases were quietly transferred to a cold case file after the TBI investigation failed to uncover any actionable evidence. Agent Walsh moved on to other assignments, though not before leaving me with the distinct impression that she suspected more than she could prove. Officially, the case is closed. The attack on the Whitakers was ruled a wildlife encounter, and the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation issued new guidelines for bear safety in areas adjacent to the national park. Warning signs were posted at trailheads, and park rangers increased their patrols of the backcountry areas where Ezra Thompson and Jenny Carlisle had disappeared. But for those of us who lived through that February night, nothing has been the same. Harold Whitaker recovered from his physical injuries within a few weeks, but the psychological scars run deeper. He and Betty sold their house in April and moved to Knoxville to be closer to their daughter. The last time I saw Harold, he was loading boxes into a moving truck, and when our eyes met across the driveway, I saw the same haunted recognition that I've been carrying ever since. We didn't speak what was there to say, but that moment of shared understanding said everything. Betty never fully recovered from what the doctors diplomatically termed acute stress disorder. She spent 3 weeks in a psychiatric facility in Knoxville, where they treated her with medication and therapy for what they assumed were hallucinations brought on by trauma. When she was released, she rarely left the house, and according to neighbors, she slept with every light in the house burning until the day they moved away. The official story satisfied most people. Bear attacks, while rare, weren't unheard of in areas bordering the Great Smoky Mountains. The missing persons were easier to explain as unfortunate accidents. Hikers who'd gotten lost in the vast wilderness, succumbed to exposure or falls, their bodies claimed by the forest. It happens more often than people like to admit. But some folks weren't so easily convinced. Murphy Williams, who runs the general store, started carrying a pistol behind the counter and installed motion sensor lights around his property. Mrs. Henderson moved her evening walks from the quiet residential streets to the well-lit commercial district downtown. Even Reverend Hayes began ending his Sunday sermons earlier, ensuring his congregation could get home before full darkness fell. The change was subtle but pervasive, like a shadow that had fallen across the entire community. Parents kept their children closer. Teenagers stopped sneaking out after dark for romantic encounters in the woods. The hiking trails that had once been popular with day trippers from Knoxville and Chattanooga saw a marked decline in visitors. Willowbrook had always been a quiet town, but now it felt like a community holding its breath. For me, the changes were more profound and more personal. Sleep became elusive, plagued by vivid nightmares that left me drenched in sweat and reaching for the service weapon I'd started keeping on my nightstand. In the dreams, I was always back in that fog-shrouded yard, facing something that shouldn't exist, feeling those burning eyes measuring me like prey. Sometimes I woke with the phantom smell of decay in my nostrils, so real I'd search my apartment for the source before remembering it was just memory playing tricks on my traumatized psyche. The scars on my back healed cleanly, thanks to Dr. Chen's skilled suturing, but they remained sensitive to changes in weather and stress. On humid nights when fog rolled down from the mountains, the old wounds would ache like arthritic joints, a constant reminder of that night when my worldview had been shattered beyond repair. I took to driving different routes during my patrols, avoiding the rural areas where forest pressed close to the road. When duty required me to respond to calls in those areas, domestic disturbances, property disputes, the occasional minor traffic accident, I found myself checking and rechecking my equipment, ensuring my weapon was loaded and my radio was working properly. The rational part of my mind insisted these precautions were unnecessary. Whatever that thing had been, it was gone now. Wounded, possibly dead, certainly driven far from human habitation by the encounter. The mountains were vast, thousands of square miles of wilderness where something could disappear forever. But the rational part of my mind had been overruled by something deeper and more primitive, the part that remembered what it felt like to be hunted by something infinitely more dangerous than myself. Sometimes, driving the quiet roads at night, headlights cutting through the darkness, I'd catch movement in my peripheral vision, a shadow among shadows, keeping pace with my patrol car just beyond the tree line. When I'd stop and shine my spotlight into the woods, there was never anything there, just empty forest and the reflection of countless watching eyes that belonged to deer and raccoons and other harmless creatures of the night. But the feeling of being watched never completely went away. Dr. Rebecca Martinez, the department's consulting psychologist, diagnosed me with post-traumatic stress disorder, following what the official reports termed a life-threatening wildlife encounter. She prescribed therapy sessions and anti-anxiety medication, both of which I accepted with the proper show of gratitude while having no intention of using either. How do you explain to a trained professional that you're not suffering from hallucinations or hypervigilance disorder, but rather from the perfectly rational fear that something inhuman is stalking the mountains around your town? How do you convince someone that your nightmares aren't psychological projection but accurate memories of an encounter with something that shouldn't exist? The answer is, you don't. You smile and nod and take the pills they give you, which I flush down the drain, and attend the therapy sessions where I discussed my symbolic interpretation of the trauma and slowly convince everyone that you're making progress toward recovery. Meanwhile, you research. I spent my off-duty hours in the library, poring over old newspaper archives and historical records, looking for patterns that might explain what I'd encountered. What I found was disturbing. Every few decades, going back to the earliest European settlement of the region, there were reports of disappearances that followed similar patterns. People vanishing without a trace from areas near the national park, livestock found mutilated in ways that didn't match known predator behavior, occasional sightings of something large and unnatural moving through the forest. The Cherokee had legends about something they called the Wendigo, not the ice creature of northern mythology, but something else, something that had dwelled in these mountains long before humans arrived. A thing of hunger and malevolence that emerged from the deep forests during times of hardship to prey upon the unwary. Most telling were the cyclical nature of the incidents. Clusters of disappearances and strange sightings would occur over a period of months or years, then stop abruptly. Sometimes decades would pass before the pattern repeated, as if something was periodically awakening from dormancy, feeding, then returning to whatever dark place it called home. The last major cluster had occurred in 1967 to 68, when 4 people had vanished from the area under circumstances remarkably similar to what we'd experienced. Before that, 1943-44, before that, 1921-22. The intervals weren't exact, but they were consistent enough to suggest something real and recurring, something that was overdue for another active period. I began to suspect that Ezra Thompson and Jenny Carlisle hadn't been random victims, but rather the beginning of a new cycle. The creature I'd fought had been testing human defenses, probing for weakness, preparing for a more extensive hunting season. The thought kept me awake at night, staring at the ceiling and listening to the sounds of the forest beyond my apartment window. Every creak of settling timber, every rustle of wind through leaves, every distant animal call made me tense with anticipation, because I knew it was still out there. During the day, when sunlight filtered through the mountain valleys and the town went about its normal business, it was easy to convince myself that the whole nightmare had been an aberration, a one-time encounter with something that had since moved on to other hunting grounds or died from the wounds I'd inflicted. But in the pre-dawn hours, when darkness pressed against the windows and the familiar world seemed thin and fragile, I felt its presence like a weight on my chest. Somewhere in the vast wilderness of the Great Smoky Mountains, something ancient and hungry was waiting for the right moment to resume its predations. And when that moment came, I would be ready. I'd upgraded my personal arsenal, adding a .45 automatic and a 12-gauge shotgun to my collection. I'd practiced with both weapons until I could reload and fire in complete darkness, muscle memory taking over when conscious thought might fail. I'd studied the terrain around Willowbrook, identifying potential ambush sites and escape routes, trying to think like both predator and prey. Most importantly, I'd made peace with the fact that when the creature returned, not if, but when, I might be the only thing standing between it and the innocent people of this quiet mountain town. The thought should have terrified me. Instead, it brought a strange kind of peace. I'd looked into the face of ultimate predation and survived. I'd felt the weight of those terrible claws and lived to tell about it, even if the telling had to be wrapped in lies and misdirection. Whatever that thing was, it could be hurt, it could bleed, and if it could bleed, it could die. The next time we met, I intended to prove that theory conclusively. So I wait, and watch, and prepare. The people of Willowbrook go about their lives, secure in the belief that the danger has passed, that whatever threatened their quiet community has been dealt with by the proper authorities. They don't know that their real protector isn't the government or the Park Service or even the police department as an institution. It's one damaged cop with too much knowledge and too many nightmares, standing guard against something that most people couldn't even imagine. But sometimes in the deep hours of the night when the forest grows quiet and the fog rolls down from the mountains, I feel those eyes watching from the darkness beyond the tree line. Patient, calculating, waiting for the right moment to emerge from the shadows and resume the hunt that has been going on for far longer than human memory. When that moment comes, Willowbrook will need every advantage it can get, and I'll be ready to give it to them. I've always been a serious hiker. Something about putting miles between myself and civilization clears my head in a way nothing else can. So when my 5-year relationship imploded in the worst possible way, I knew exactly what I needed: distance, solitude, and the kind of physical exhaustion that leaves no energy for overthinking. I was 29 years old when I caught my girlfriend, the woman I'd been planning to propose to in bed with my best friend since college. The kind of friend who'd been at every birthday, every holiday, every significant moment of my adult life. The double betrayal gutted me in ways I'm still unpacking years later. I didn't cry, I didn't yell, I just walked out, threw some gear in my truck and decided to drive across the country with no particular destination in mind. That was in late September 2017. The plan was simple: drive, hike, camp, repeat. Put as many miles between myself and that apartment as possible. Process the anger and hurt one trail at a time. Utah was actually the state I'd been most excited about. I'd heard stories from other hikers about the incredible untouched wilderness there. While most tourists flock to the famous national parks, I'd done my research and settled on Uinta-Wasatch National Forest. The reviews I'd read described vast stretches of unmarked territory, places where you could hike for hours without seeing another soul. Perfect for someone who needed to be alone with his thoughts. I reached the forest on a Wednesday afternoon. The access road was barely maintained, more of a glorified dirt path than an actual road. My truck bounced over ruts and rocks for what felt like forever. The deeper I drove, the more the forest seemed to close in around me. Thick stands of pine and aspen pressed against the narrow track, their branches occasionally scraping against my windows with sounds that made me wince. After about 45 minutes of careful driving, I found a small clearing where the road simply ended. This was as far as vehicles could go. I parked, killed the engine, and sat there for a moment, letting the silence wash over me. It was profound, that silence. No traffic noise, no voices, no artificial sounds at all. Just wind moving through branches and the occasional bird call. I stepped out and immediately felt the temperature drop. It had to be at least 15 degrees cooler here than it had been at the forest entrance. The air smelled incredible, that sharp, clean scent of pine mixed with damp earth and decaying leaves. I took a deep breath and felt some of the tension I'd been carrying start to ease. My gear was already packed and ready. I'd learned years ago to keep my hiking pack prepared so I could hit the trail at a moment's notice. I pulled it from the truck bed, checked my supplies: water, first aid kit, emergency blanket, knife, compass, and protein bars, and hoisted it onto my shoulders. The familiar weight felt comforting. I pulled out my phone to check the time and wasn't surprised to see no service bars. I'd lost signal about 20 miles back. Good, that was exactly what I wanted. No calls, no texts, no reminders of the life I'd just left behind. I opened my Maps app and was relieved to see the downloaded topographical map still displayed perfectly. The GPS function works without cellular service, something a lot of people don't realize. I'd made sure to download detailed maps of this entire area before leaving civilization. According to the map, there was a lookout point about 3.5 miles northeast, at the summit of a modest mountain. The elevation gain looked challenging but manageable, around 1,800 feet over those miles. I made a mental note of my starting coordinates, marked my truck's location on the map, and started walking. The trail, if you could even call it that, was barely visible. This wasn't maintained hiking territory. There were faint game trails here and there, deer paths probably, but mostly I was just navigating through dense forest using my compass and GPS. This was exactly the kind of hiking I loved. No crowds, no trail markers, no other humans for miles. Just me, the woods, and the challenge of finding my own way. The terrain was rougher than I'd anticipated. The forest floor was a chaotic mess of fallen logs, rocky outcroppings, and thick underbrush that grabbed at my boots with every step. I had to constantly watch my footing, picking my way carefully over obstacles. It was slow going. I estimated I was only covering about 1.5 miles per hour, maybe less. About an hour in, I felt the first drop of rain hit my face. Then another. Within minutes, it was coming down steadily, not a downpour but a persistent drizzle that quickly soaked through my jacket. I stopped and stood there, water dripping off my hood, and felt a surge of frustration. I have a strict policy about hiking in rain. It's dangerous. Trails get slippery, visibility decreases, and the risk of hypothermia increases dramatically if you can't stay dry. I pulled out my phone and checked my progress. I'd only covered about 1.5 miles. The summit was still 2 miles away. The smart thing, the safe thing, was to turn back. I could return another day when conditions were better. Annoyed but resigned, I turned around and began retracing my steps. The rain made everything look different. Landmarks I'd noted on my way out seemed to have shifted or disappeared entirely. I relied heavily on my GPS, constantly checking to make sure I was heading in the right direction. The walk back seemed to take forever. My clothes were soaked, water had seeped into my boots, and I was starting to shiver. All I could think about was getting back to my truck, changing into dry clothes, and finding a motel with a hot shower. Finally, through the trees ahead, I saw the metallic glint of my truck. Relief flooded through me. This failed hike would soon be over, and tomorrow I could try again in better weather. I stepped into the clearing where I'd parked and froze. All 4 of my tires were completely flat. Not just flat, shredded. Deep slashes ran through the rubber, the kind of damage that could only be deliberate. Someone had taken a knife or something similar and methodically destroyed every single tire. For a moment, I couldn't process what I was seeing. My brain refused to accept it. This had to be a mistake, some kind of impossible coincidence. But there was no mistaking those clean cuts through the sidewalls. This was intentional. Someone had found my truck while I was hiking and vandalized it. Fear hit me like ice water. My head snapped up and I spun in a circle, scanning the tree line. Nothing moved. The forest was still, silent except for the steady patter of rain. But someone had been here. Recently. They could still be here, watching me right now. I stood there in the rain, heart hammering, trying to think. My phone had no service. I'd need to find higher ground to call for help. Walking back down the access road to reach civilization would mean covering more than 20 miles on foot, completely exposed the entire way. The road was narrow and isolated. If someone wanted to hurt me, that would be the perfect place for an ambush. The summit, the lookout point I'd been heading for. High ground meant potential cell service. It was only a couple miles away, and at least in the forest I'd have cover, places to hide if necessary. I took one last look at my destroyed truck, grabbed my pack, and headed back into the woods. This time, hiking felt completely different. Every snapping twig made me jump. Every rustle of leaves caught my attention. I was no longer enjoying a peaceful walk through nature. I was trying to move as quietly and quickly as possible through potentially hostile territory. The rain continued falling, creating a constant background noise that made it harder to hear anything else. I kept my breathing as quiet as I could and stopped frequently to listen. My senses felt hyper-alert, adrenaline sharpening everything. I'd been walking for maybe 20 minutes when I heard it, a distinct rustling sound from behind me. maybe 30 or 40 yards back. I froze and listened. The sound stopped. I started walking again. The rustling resumed. Someone was following me. I didn't turn around. Some instinct told me that acknowledging I knew they were there would escalate the situation. Instead, I gradually increased my pace, trying to make it look natural. The rustling behind me matched my speed. When I stopped, it stopped. When I moved, it moved. My mind raced through possibilities. A curious animal. Unlikely animals don't typically stalk humans this deliberately. Another hiker who happened to be going the same direction. Possible, but given my slashed tires, I wasn't willing to bet my safety on coincidence. The sun was dropping lower, and though it was still afternoon, the thick cloud cover and dense forest canopy made it feel like early evening. Shadows stretched and merged, turning the spaces between trees into dark, impenetrable pools. I could barely see 15 feet in any direction. I picked up my pace further, breaking into a fast walk that was almost a jog. Behind me, the sounds grew more obvious. Whoever or whatever was following me had stopped being careful. I could hear footsteps now, distinct against the forest floor. I risked a glance over my shoulder but saw nothing except trees and shadows. But I knew someone was there. I could feel eyes on me, watching my every move. I pushed myself hard, covering ground as fast as the terrain would allow. My legs burned and my lungs ached, but fear kept me moving. After what felt like an eternity, the ground began sloping upward more steeply. I was approaching the mountain's summit. That's when I smelled it. Smoke. Faint but distinct, the smell of burned wood carried on the damp air. I slowed, every nerve on edge. Following the scent, I pushed through a thick stand of pine trees and emerged into a small clearing I hadn't noticed on my map. What I saw there made my stomach drop. Someone had set up a camp, a large one. Logs, at least a dozen of them, were arranged in a perfect circle around a fire pit. The fire was out, but the ashes were fresh, maybe a few hours old at most. The logs were positioned like church pews, all facing inward toward where the fire had been. But it was what else I noticed that truly frightened me. Symbols had been carved into several of the logs, strange geometric patterns, and what looked like letters or words in a language I didn't recognize. The ground around the fire pit had been swept clean and smooth, and there were grooves in the dirt forming more patterns, concentric circles and intersecting lines. This wasn't just some random camping spot. This was a meeting place, a gathering site for something organized. And I had stumbled right into the middle of it. I didn't pause to investigate further. Every instinct screamed at me to get away from this place. I circled around the clearing, giving it a wide berth, and continued pushing uphill. Behind me, I heard new sounds. Not just one person anymore. Multiple sets of footsteps, moving through the underbrush from different directions. They were coordinating, spreading out, cutting off possible escape routes. God help me, I thought. What have I walked into? I heard something off to my right, a branch snapping too loud to be accidental. Then from my left, another sound. They were flanking me, trying to surround me. I picked up my pace, breaking into a jog despite the difficult terrain. That's when I heard the whistle, a long, clear note that echoed through the trees. It was answered by another whistle from a different direction, then another. They were signaling to each other, organizing. My jog became a run. I crashed through undergrowth, no longer caring about noise. Stealth was pointless now. They already knew exactly where I was. The summit couldn't be far. I could see the trees thinning ahead, brighter light filtering through. Just a little further, and I'd reach the lookout point. I'd have cell service. I could call for help. Behind me, the sounds grew louder. They weren't hiding anymore. I could hear them running, crashing through the same bushes I'd just passed. Multiple people, moving fast. I risked another glance backward and immediately wished I hadn't. Through the trees, maybe 50 yards back, I could see them. At least 6 people, all wearing white shirts, white pants, almost glowing in the dim forest light. They moved in a coordinated line, like beaters in a hunt, driving their prey forward. Terror gave me a burst of speed I didn't know I had. I exploded up the final slope, my lungs burning, legs screaming in protest. I burst out of the tree line onto an exposed rocky outcropping, the summit lookout point. I yanked my phone from my pocket with shaking hands. 1 bar, thank God, 1 bar of service. I dialed 911, my fingers barely able to hit the right numbers. Let's hurt Lynchwood. I'm being chased, I gasped out. Multiple people. One to Wasatch Cache National Forest, Access Road 347, about 3 miles northeast. My truck tires slashed, they're chasing me. Sir, slow down. You're in Wasatch Cache? How many people? At least 6, maybe more. Please, send help. They're right behind me. The operator kept me on the line, asking questions, telling me officers were on their way. I gave them my exact GPS coordinates, described my truck, explained about my AAA membership. The whole time I watched the tree line, expecting those white-clad figures to emerge at any second. But they didn't. The forest had gone quiet. I couldn't stay at the summit. I was too exposed, too vulnerable. I needed to get back to my truck where the police would be heading, but I couldn't take the same route that would lead me straight back to whoever was hunting me. I studied my map and plotted a different course, a wide semicircle that would approach my truck from a different angle. It would take longer, but maybe I could avoid them. I moved along the ridgeline for a while, staying on the exposed rock where I could see in all directions. Then I descended into the forest again, entering from a different direction than I'd come. For a while, everything was quiet. Maybe they'd given up. Maybe they'd never intended to hurt me, and this was all some kind of misunderstanding. I tried to convince myself of this, even as my hands shook and my heart continued racing. Then I heard it again, a sound from my left. I spun around but saw nothing. A few minutes later, another sound, this time directly behind me. They'd found me again. Worse, there were more of them now, coming from multiple directions. I abandoned any pretense of navigation and just ran. Ran blindly through the darkening forest, branches whipping my face, roots trying to trip me. I could hear them behind me, beside me, their footsteps pounding through the undergrowth. I don't know how long I ran. It felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. My vision had narrowed to a tunnel, focused solely on the ground immediately in front of me. My breath came in ragged gasps. My legs felt like rubber. Then, through the trees ahead, I saw the most beautiful sight imaginable, red and blue flashing lights. My truck. A police car parked behind it. Salvation. I burst from the tree line and nearly collapsed against the patrol car. An officer was standing there, looking startled by my sudden appearance. I bent over, hands on my knees, trying not to vomit from exertion and fear. "Sir, are you the one who called about?" I held up one hand, unable to speak yet, and turned to look back at the forest. The trees were still, silent, empty. Whoever had been chasing me had vanished the moment I'd reached safety. The officer, whose name tag read Paulson, had me sit in his car while I caught my breath and told him everything. He listened to my story with an increasingly grim expression, taking notes and asking occasional questions. When I finished, he was quiet for a long moment. "You're not the first person to report something like this," he finally said. "This particular section of forest has a history. There are groups, religious communities, I guess you'd call them, that consider these woods their territory. They don't like outsiders. Usually they just watch from a distance, make sure you leave. But sometimes," he trailed off, looking uncomfortable. "Sometimes what?" I pressed. "Sometimes they decide to make a point, slash some tires, chase someone out, send a message that these woods aren't for public use." He shook his head. "We've tried to address it, but these groups are hard to pin down. They don't leave evidence, no permanent structures, no signs of habitation. They just appear when they want to." He'd already called AAA for me, which I was grateful for. As we waited, he took my full statement and gave me paperwork for a police report. The tow truck arrived about 40 minutes later, just as full darkness fell. I rode with the tow truck driver back to town, my truck loaded on his flatbed. The whole ride I kept looking out the windows at the dark forest passing by, half expecting to see figures in white watching from between the trees. That was in September 2017, and I'm 34 now. I've done plenty of hiking since then. I wasn't going to let one bad experience ruin something I love, but I've never gone back to Wasatch Cache, and I've never again hiked in unmarked territory without telling multiple people exactly where I'm going. What haunts me most isn't just the fear I felt that day, it's the questions that still keep me awake sometimes. If those people just wanted me to leave their territory, why not confront me at my truck? Why the elaborate stalking, the coordinated chase? What would have happened if I hadn't reached that summit? If I hadn't gotten cell service, if that officer hadn't been there, I'll never know. And honestly, I'm grateful I'll never know. Some questions are better left unanswered, some mysteries better left unsolved. All I know for certain is that there are places in this country where civilization's rules don't apply, where other groups live by their own codes and enforce their own boundaries. And sometimes, the worst horror isn't the supernatural or the impossible. Sometimes it's just other human beings and what they're capable of when they think no one is watching.